have a mudra. Today we have a chair yoga. Today we have a shenanigans. Today we have a very cool, colorful, thrifted sweater that makes me very excited. Today we have a headache. What else do we have? Come on, baby, say you love me 5, 6, 7 times. 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm just gonna keep on counting until you are mine. Hey, thanks, Archangel. I have been exceptionally enjoying allowing my playful selves. Sir dog, I see you be dogging. I've been really enjoying letting myself dress myself. Those stone plugs, yes, they are amethyst. Today is the day of wedding purple. Hello, Rain, how are you? So, welcome, everyone. We are just starting our day with day 20 of our Kundalini Kriya, or whatever day you're on. Rain, happy birthday! Josh, I'm scared because I'm in the process of losing my job. There's a process. I feel you, friend. What's the fear on the other side, right? The fear, I guess, is what? Insecurity? Or lack of financial security if it was there when you had to, if it was there with the job. Life changes can be scary. But scary means opportunity for growth too, right? Scary means opportunity to let go of something that maybe isn't as amazing as something else out there for you. I got to remember every time when something leaves my life, it leaves room for something better, something more aligned. I understand, Josh, child support payments and rent due, and that's the sucky part of the system. Once we get into it, we get stuck in it and in the cycle of doing that again and again and again. I have traveled and lived kind of outside of that paradigm a lot of my life, but I've also dabbled in it too. I've paid rent, I've had regular jobs, I've paid my taxes, I've done those kinds of things, right? But I've also done a lot more outside of that. And many times in my life, I've had people say to me, I wish I could live the way you live. I wish I could travel the way you travel. I wish I could do these things. And really, it is a choice. I don't pay rent, and I haven't for a long time. But I can't just go out and rent a place, right? I have to wait for and look for situations that I can live in successfully without paying rent. So it does mean rearranging your life and changing your priorities, right? No car payments, no mortgages. Yeah. That doesn't change child support because that's a real thing. And thank you, friend, for being willing to participate in supporting your child. I know that sounds funny to say thank you for, but that goes to every parent out there who is doing their diligence to protect and support their child. Just a side note, as a single mom out here doing this shit all by myself, because it's fun, because we're crazy. Because why not? Okay, my friends, so we have 2 things to do today. What did we do last week? I don't remember what we did last week. Did we do the Kriya first? Maybe not. We did our flow first, didn't we? So the flow today is in line with the mudra. The mudra is the one for the heart, the Samjavani, Mrit Samjavani mudra. It's for the heart. So this flow is for the heart. We're just going to focus on doing a couple of moon salutations to open that lunar compassionate side of our system and get that energy flowing through us. The Kriya is a 5-minute practice, which we're doing every single day. So the question is do we do it first or do we do it after? Rain, I thought that said burp and blue. Burp and blue. Thank you, friend. I can barely see the comments, guys, but we're going to get into there. Somebody gold, Apex Gold. You know I'm drinking tea? I am not. I am drinking day-old coffee because I can only drink about one of these a day, and my French press makes more. So I end up drinking, and I end up reusing my grounds a couple of days in a row. But this is a nice, good one today. Nope. You lost that. You lost that. You didn't say bet, so it's not a bet, right? The assumptions we make in our ignorance, our brain makes all of these assumptions, and it makes all these jumps and these guesses, and we don't even examine them often, and we just let our brain fill in the blanks, and in this way we miss the opportunity to learn and to witness something new. Instead of approaching things with curiosity and willingness, we approach them with, I know, oh wait, I know what this is. I know what this is. Well, I'm here to tell you, you don't. Laugh out loud. You reheat yours and you're judged for it? Yeah, me too. I just don't like throwing away grounds. Okay, so let's do it. Let's go ahead and do our flow first. So this is welcome. For those of you who are new here, hi. Thanks for hanging out for the little bit of bumpy shenanigans we started our session with today. My name is Reverend Deborah. I'm an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and dubbed by this lovely community, your shenanigan shaman. So thank you guys so much. This is day 20 of a 40-day meat suit challenge that we're doing. It's the Kriya for addiction. And by addiction, we mean any habit that we choose, consciously or unconsciously, that perpetually pulls us off balance. So it's a 40-day practice. It's a 5-minute daily practice for 40 days. Today's flow is in line with our mudra we've been doing for this week. That mudra is the mudra for the heart. It's called the Mrit Samjavani mudra, and it's named after an Ayurvedic herb that treats, strengthens, and heals the heart. The mudra does the same. At risk of not getting banned on TikTok, we're going to try to say words in a specific way so they don't try to take down the live again. But we're going to combine a couple of things today. So Tiny Yoga is our 30-minute gentle flow for everybody in every space. All you need is a place to put your butt. This class came out of my own limited mobility in the mornings and my own limitation in living space. We were living in the RV when I designed this class, and I was making excuses not to get on my mat, not to practice self-care, because I didn't have the right space, right? I didn't have enough space. Hold on. I think my sound is all the way on, and we don't need that. We don't need that dinging in the middle of... Oh, yeah, that's way loud. Get down. Okay, there we go. All right. So, Tiny Yoga is an exploration of our inner cosmos. Even when you don't have a lot of external space or a lot of mobility in your body, you can still move and you can still explore those cosmos. You can still create some space. So we're going to move through our flow about 30 minutes, and then we're going to move into our Kriya. This is how we did this last week too, and as long as it continues to feel good, it's probably how we're going to continue to do it. We will sit with our mudra for about 5 minutes to open our practice today. And then our flow, like I said, is going to be a little bit of warm up, and then we're going to get into our moon salutations. And we'll probably do maybe 2-3 rounds through the moon salutation, depending on how fast we get through it. I encourage you as you move through your practice not to push your edges, not to, hey Brian, how are you? But instead, right, there's a lot of places you can go to yoga class. There's a lot of places you can go do things where you push your edges. I invite you in this class not to push those edges. Instead, when you meet them with curiosity and a willingness to be respectful of them and value them, and just say good morning to your edges. You know, offer them a little gentle appreciation. Hello, good morning. Yes, I see the limitation, and I'm okay where I am, without the need to change, without the need to adjust anything. That's what we practice in tiny yoga. I have to put down my coffee if we're going to do class. But I feel really attached to my coffee this morning, so there you go. So, like I said, we are going to sit with our mudra for 5 minutes just to start our practice. So find yourself a comfortable spot to be, just the edge of a seat. That can be a chair, it can be the front seat of your car, it can be the edge of your bed, whatever works, as long as it's stable enough that you're not slipping off of it or falling, right? Be mindful of your space. You are your own guru. I am not in your body. I am not in the room until we create a virtual reality classroom that we can do this in together. Okay, enough of the shenanigans, Dee. Here we go. Go ahead and bring yourself to the edge of your chair. Bring your knees to shoulder width apart. And shoes on or not, go ahead and ground out in the feet by wiggling your toes a little bit, rocking your feet side to side. Really bring intention to the connection between the bottom of your feet and the earth. Again, even if you have shoes on, that's fine. If you can kick them off, great. If not, don't worry about it. Bring the intention to the bottom of your feet. You can go ahead and close your eyes if it helps to bring the attention down. And just explore the bottom of your feet. Pressing and releasing gently, rolling around. These are not big movements. These are just little intentional wiggles as we settle into the here and now for our practice. Let's go ahead and take 3 deep breaths as we continue to feel into our feet. Begin by inhaling through the nose, pulling the breath through the lungs and into the belly. And sigh it out. Inhale again, expanding the rib cage in all directions, front, sides, and back. And let it go. Inhale again, lifting the heart and lifting through the top of the head to elongate the spine. Exhale, allowing the shoulder blades to melt down the back, releasing tension in the shoulders, jaw, neck, back, hips, legs, bringing your attention down into the feet one more time, wiggling them around. Go ahead and seal the lips and allow the breath to find a comfortable, steady rhythm for a few moments. While we settle the breath, we're going to hold our mudra. So if you'd like to grab the mudra, go ahead and pop your eyes open for a second in case you need it. Here we go. Hey, Dr. TM, how are you? So the mudra for this week, again, is the Mrit Samjavani mudra, and we drop our index finger in toward the thumb, into the palm, on the pad of the thumb, and then bring the thumb to cross the index so that you can touch the middle finger and the ring finger to the pad of the thumb. Keep that pinky finger extended, and then rest this mudra in your lap. Go ahead and close your eyes back up, elongate the spine, lift the heart, inhaling your intention just to be present with this mudra for the next 5 minutes. And exhale any tension. Remember, we hold our mudras with intention, no tension. We hold our posture with intention, no tension. Inhale your intention, creating space. And exhale to release anything stuck, anything rigid. We're just going to sit with our mudra, just with the breath, nothing more, nothing less, just 5 minutes of receiving the benefit from this Mrit Samjavani mudra for the heart. Notice the rhythm of the breath, the nice, steady inhale and exhale. How the inhale expands the rib cage and lifts the heart, opens the shoulders. And how the exhale relaxes the body from head to toe. Allow everything in your system, everything in your reality to match this flow. Inhaling thoughts, sounds, sensations, worries, fears, doubt. Inhale it all to create space. And exhale to let it go. Like the tides of the ocean. Inhaling and exhaling in an ever steady rhythm. Remember, it's okay if your mind is busy in this space. The point is not perfection, it's being present with the process. Anytime you notice your mind has wandered off to something else, just come back to inhaling your intention and exhaling all tension. Stay with it. We're almost there. It's just 5 minutes. Stay with the breath. Come back to the intention as many times as it takes. Inhaling your intention, exhaling any tension. Go ahead and release the mudra. Open the palms for a moment. Bring your attention back into your feet, pressing gently, wiggling them around just a little bit, bringing intention to the connection between your feet and the ground. We're going to slowly move into our warm-up. You can keep your eyes closed as long as it feels good to you to do so. We're going to move right into heel toe. So Lift your toes, or excuse me, lift your heels with an inhale. And with an exhale, drop your heels and lift your toes. Inhale, heels up. Exhale, toes up. Back and forth a couple times. Inhale, heels up. Exhale, toes up. Heels up, toes up. Heels, toes. Plant the feet back down to the earth. Again, shoulder width apart. And just loosen up the knees a little bit. Start to windshield wiper them back and forth. You can move your hands as necessary now. Go ahead and make sure that you are keeping yourself comfortable as you're wiggling into your body. Good morning, knees. Good morning, ankles. Hello. Bring your knees back to 90 degrees, shoulder width apart, and begin or to move into a couple of hip lifts. Go ahead and place your hands either on your hips or on your chair or seat and lift one side and then the other. Just back and forth, little hip lifts, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Not huge movements. Again, just kind of noting where you are, feeling into each part of the body as we move up. Place your palms face down on your thighs. Inhale, lifting the chin, lifting the chest, rolling the shoulder blades back, and tipping the tailbone out. Waggle your tail just a little bit with a nice cow. And then exhale for cat, pushing the back towards the back of the chair, sliding the palms up towards the knees, tucking the chin, tucking the tailbone. Inhale forward. Exhale back. Get the whole spine moving here. We're going to do a couple of more of these, so take your time feeling into the full extension. Spine forward, spine back. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Come back to neutral. Bring the palms together at the heart, send them up towards the ceiling, and then twist toward your left. Remember, we're going to turn the torso until the torso stops. Keep the knees shoulder width apart, facing towards the front of the room, so you're not going to move the knees at all. Find the edge of your torso twist, and then just open your arms here, dropping the back arm behind you on the chair or on your seat, on the bed, and then using that front arm just to rest on the outside of the left knee. Inhale, big deep breath here. Exhale, go ahead and twist toward the back. Twist towards the back a little bit deeper, focusing on having a long spine, keeping your rib cage open, shoulders relaxed, gazing over that back shoulder for a deep breath. Inhale again. Exhale to slowly come back to the front. You don't want to slingshot yourself back forward. Again, other side, palms together at the heart. Inhale, the hands up. Exhale, turn the torso till it stops, keeping the knees shoulder width apart, facing forward. Open the arms, back hand behind you, front arm on the outside of that right knee. Big deep breath. And exhale to twist a little bit deeper, gazing over that back shoulder. Deep breath. Inhale again. And slowly come back to center. Moving up into the shoulders. Go ahead and give your shoulders some wiggles. Rolling them one direction and the other. Really just feel into what your shoulders need right now. Keep the shoulders away from the ears. We're not trying to close the ears or create tension in the neck. Rolling the shoulders one direction, the other, maybe some opposites. Now go ahead and bring the shoulders all the way up to the ears as much as you can and release them with a audible ha, letting your arms hang. Let's do that again. Inhale up. Exhale. One more. Moving into the neck. Go ahead and drop the chin and lift the chin. Keep those arms hanging by your side, relaxing the shoulders, dropping the chin, lifting the chin, up and down. We're not trying to pop the neck here. We're just warming it up and saying good morning, hello, good afternoon. Come back to neutral and turn the head to gaze over one shoulder and then the other. Keeping the arms nice and relaxed, hanging by your sides. Gazing one shoulder and then the other. Back to center and give yourself some neck rolls, one direction. Remember, we're honoring our edges here, not trying to overextend. I know a lot of us have snap, crackle, pop kind of necks, but that's not the intention here. Go ahead and switch directions. See if you can get this movement without all of that snap, crackle, pop to happen. It's near impossible for me, but we can still try. Back to neutral. Drop the ear to one shoulder and then the other. Gentle, gentle, gentle. Back up to neutral. Bring the palms to rest, face up, one in the other, in the lap for a moment. The body is warm. We've moved through pretty much every bit from toe to head. So we're going to move into our moon salutation. The moon is the lunar energy, the yang energy associated with the lunar aspect, the yang energy in our body. The heart is a yang energy, yin. I keep saying yang. Yin is the lunar energy, is the feminine energy, is the heart energy, right, in our system. Yin energy. The moon is yin energy. So we're going to practice cultivating that yin energy. So in the spirit of that, I invite you to meet everything that comes up, every boundary you find, every kink, every discomfort, to meet it with compassion. We are practicing the heart, being in the heart space. So as you move through each of these, offer yourself compassion, offer yourself grace. It's not about perfection. It's about meeting yourself where you're at. To begin our moon salutations, you want to interlace your fingers, palms together. Press them up towards the sky. Gentle palm tree sway, one side and then the other. And then heel toe, your knees open, and bring the arms down into cactus arms. That's a 90-degree angle in the elbows, palms open, wide, facing forward, arms parallel to the ground, right at shoulder height. Long spine, extend the spine. We're going to find the posture here in Goddess. Nice strong arms. Big deep breath in with a slight back bend. Opening the arms a little bit. And then exhale to open the right foot. Turn the right foot out. Excuse me, that's my left. Turn the left foot out. Turn the left foot out. And then extend the back. That's the right leg. Extending the right leg back behind you. So we're going to do an extended side angle here. Go ahead and drop the left elbow to the left knee and reach the right arm up overhead, extending it out in front of you, creating a nice long line between your fingertips and your toes, your right fingers and your right toes. Nice long stretch. Inhale. Exhale, turn to open the chest a little bit, gaze up towards the ceiling. Big deep breath here. And exhale to tip the torso turning down and just face forward here with your elbow, one or both on this front leg. Relax the shoulders, extend through the top of the head to elongate the spine. Turn that back foot on the heels, or excuse me, on the toes, on the ball of your foot, lifting the heel up. Inhale to slowly lift up, lifting the arms into warrior one. You're still using the edge of your chair here. Keep the butt cheek on the edge of your chair for warrior one. Then release that right arm back down the right leg as we sink back. into a reverse side angle. Inhale, back up. Both arms lifting, bringing both knees back into goddess pose. Turning towards your right now, extending that left leg out and back. Bringing the left arm down to the left leg. And bend back into that reverse side angle. Reverse warrior, sorry. Reverse warrior. Inhale, back up, turning that front foot forward for a warrior one, lifting the back heel so that you're on the ball of your foot. Butt cheek still on your seat. Inhale, exhale, down, bringing the elbows to the front bent knee. Dropping that heel. And then sweep the left arm up overhead for that extended side angle. Nice long stretch. Inhale. Exhale. Gaze up towards the ceiling. Open up just a little bit. Nice long extension from your fingertips to the bottoms of your feet. Inhale, release that arm back down, bringing the knees, heel toe, back to goddess, arms in cactus. Little back bend. Inhale and exhale, back upright to goddess, long spine here. We're going to go through that one more time. This time we're going to start with the opposite direction. We're going to start with the right this time. Start with the right, are you? That means we gotta go this way? Yes, it does. All right. I gotta remember which way is my right and my left. So go ahead and inhale, a little back bend. Exhale, back up to neutral. Open that front knee, tilting the toes to the side and extending the left leg behind you. We're going to go into that extended side angle, dropping your right elbow to your right knee, reaching overhead. Long stretch between the bottom of the foot and the tips of the fingers. Inhale, opening the chest, gazing up towards the ceiling. Exhale, go ahead and drop both elbows, turning forward. Inhale, lifting the back heel, turning the foot onto the ball, lifting both arms, butt cheek on the side of your seat for warrior one. Go ahead and drop that left arm back to the left extended leg. Inhale, exhale for reverse warrior. Inhale, back up. Exhale, goddess. Turning those toes forward, cactus arms. Inhale, little back bend. Exhale, back to neutral. Other side. Go ahead and turn the left foot open, toes facing forward. Extend that right leg back. Drop the left elbow to the left knee and swing that right arm up in for an extended side angle. Gaze up towards the ceiling, opening up a little bit in the chest and the shoulders. Take a big deep breath. And exhale to bring both elbows down toward that front knee. Elongate the spine. Make space between the shoulders and the neck. Go ahead and turn that back foot so you're on the ball of your foot. Your heel is up. Inhale for warrior one. Make space so your shoulders are not closing your ears here. Nice long arms. Go ahead and sweep that right arm back to that extended right leg. Inhale, exhale, reverse warrior. Inhale, back up, coming back to goddess. Heel toe the feet back together, bringing the knees to shoulder width apart. Sorry, doggo. Find the edge of your seat. Give your shoulders some wiggles. Give your neck some wiggles. Your torso some wiggles. Give yourself some last little wiggles before we close this part of our practice. Palms up on the thighs. Nice long spine. Just take a moment to be with the sensations generated by this practice. If you'd like to close your practice here, I encourage you to bring your hands together at your heart or lay one over the other over your heart and express gratitude for this practice and for the space. If you would like to continue with the Kriya, I invite you to join us for a 5-minute Kriya. Today is day 20 for me, and whatever day it is for you, today is a great day to start. Is it not? Is it not? It is. It is. What better day than a Friday? A September 20th Friday. Why not? So, this Kriya, the practice itself is 5 minutes, but it takes a couple minutes to get into. So we're going to say our Adi mantra to get into the practice. The Adi mantra is said 3 times and goes Ong Namo Guru Dev Namo. You're welcome to join me with the mantra or just listen in. For the duration of the 5 minutes, we bring our thumbs up to our temples. Again, we're not poking holes in our temples. This is an intentional connection. And then to make sure your thumbs are in the correct spot, clench and release the back molars. Gently clench and release your back molars, and you'll feel your thumbs bounce on top of your temples. That's how you know they're in the right spot. This is an intentional connection, an intentional clench and release, not a pain-creating, jaw-breaking kind of deal. Remember, we're being gentle with ourselves. So during the 5 minutes, you will repeat the mantra Sa, Ta, Na, Ma with each clench and release. Sa, Ta, Na, Ma for the full 5 minutes. So we will begin with our Adi mantra. Join me if you would like to, and then we will start the timer. Bring the palms together at the heart. Take a big deep breath in. Exhale. Release any tension. And inhale to begin. Om Namo Gurudev Namo. Om Namo Gurudev Namo. Om Namo Gurudev Namo. For a moment, let the breath settle. Find a comfortable rhythm that you'll maintain throughout the practice. And set your intention for whatever you would like to release with this Kriya for addiction. Remember, addiction, when we say addiction, we're referring to anything that we choose that perpetually pulls us off balance, whether we're choosing it consciously or unconsciously. If you don't have anything particular that you're ready to let go of, or you just want to invite better communication with your higher and subconscious self, that is a great intention too. Once you've settled the breath, go ahead and bring the thumbs up to the temples, curling the fingers into the hands, palms facing forward. And begin your practice. Gently clench and release the jaw. Sa, ta, na, ma. 5 minutes. At the end of your next exhale, release the arms, release the mantra, release the jaw. And just come back to being present in the body. Allow the sensations generated by the practice to integrate into your system. To close our practice, we will bring our palms together one more time for the Adi mantra. 3 times. Inhale. Om Namo Gurudev Namo. Om Namo Gurudev Namo. Om to the lineage of gurus, I bow to the guru within. Offer yourself some gratitude for taking the time for self-care today. Offer some gratitude to your heart, to your body, to your breath, yeah, even to your brain. Thank you so much for joining me in this CAYA space where we can learn and grow and thrive together. When you're ready to come out of your practice, please do so slowly. I encourage you to rub your palms together and cup them over the eyes before you open them, especially if it's bright where you're at. And that's it. 'Tis concludes les practices. Bye, guys. Let's re-angle these things, huh? Carmen, glad you're enjoying it, guys. Welcome to the field. Let's see. You said you try to do a small kegel with your breathing so you don't forget about your pelvic floor during. How can you coordinate this with other movements, or should I forget it? Personally, that's up to you. If you'd like to add other pieces, you're welcome to, but it's not necessary. And sometimes when we, what's the word I'm looking for? When we focus too much on one part of our practice, like something like this, like if your requirement is that every single time you're doing breath work that you've got to do Kegels as well, it can detract, it can take away from the other practices that we do. Yeah, so I would just say don't. I don't know what you went ahead and did during the thing, but yeah. Great, cool. Yeah, that's the Kriya. That's the Kriya for addiction, and we have been doing it for, today is day 20. Day 20 for me. You're very welcome. Welcome to the field. It's day 20. Hey, Anya. Hello, everyone. Jai Shri Krishna. Much love. Yeah. So my dog has been looking at me funny a lot lately. I have a heart monitor on, and we've been doing this Kriya. So I think it's just kind of interesting things. I don't know. He's been acting quite funny. Okay, so remember, replays for this class are over on YouTube. I'm going to get on the floor because chairs are worse on my back than the floor is. Okay. When you do have... Aw, thank you, Gray Cole. I'm glad you're here. I really love sharing it a lot. I really love the opportunity to share. Yeah. And I love having a space to do that in. Otherwise, I'd probably just be accosting strangers with all my fun stuff I want to share. Okay, welcome to the field. When you do have placement over the eye with mudras, do you keep the eyes still or move them while your hands are placed over the lids? I personally move them around. When I am coming out of a practice, that's what you're talking about, when we rub our palms and put our hands like this, I open them and I'll flutter them and look around with them open underneath my palms. See, Gray Cole? Gray Cole, is sharing the live important to you? It is. I mean, so for those of you new here, hi, my name is Reverend Deborah. This is Ajna. I am an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and your shenanigan shaman, and he's a healer. Sir, come on. Let me get seated a little bit better so that you can sit in my lap. You can lay in my lap. And this is our CAYA space. C-A-Y-A stands for Come As You Are, because we recognize that authenticity is the purest expression of you. And that's really, if there was any intention in anywhere, I think that the intention would be for you to be you, right? So in this space, we cultivate the guru within. In this space, I share information for free because if we ran into each other on the street, I would share it with you anyway. And there's some weird design in my brain with all of these things that I have that I can't quite put them all together into like a book or a class or a workshop. I've tried. What works best is when you guys ask for this information. And so in following my authenticity, I've started, hey, how are you, my friend? I have been offering these classes for free for, gosh, over a year now. And we've got to 10,000 followers here on TikTok just by doing that, by sharing, by doing the lives, by doing the classes, by sharing content. If you guys comment on my content, I do my best to make a response video so that I can answer questions. It helps me make more content. The goal here is information sharing because knowledge is power, right? And I had to spend 12 plus years in university and workshops and studying and traveling and trying to find these things, right? And when I put them all together, I found healing. I found growth. Am I healed? No. Am I a master at anything? Maybe just shenanigans and change. But this space is not about me. I share my story for sure. I share the highs and the lows of my journey. Absolutely. I share the tools that have helped me in leaps and bounds and exponential ways. But it's not about my platform. It's about creating a space where we can all show up authentically, right? Where we can practice valuing ourselves and each other in a way that supports our collective self-actualization. I think this is really important right now because we live in a culture that does not support your self-actualization. It supports your willful ignorance. It supports you staying unhealthy and imbalanced. It supports you falling in line and doing what the system wants you to do and living the way the system wants you to live. But that's rarely, and in this case, has nothing to do with your self-actualization. So in this space, I offer cheat codes. The cheat codes that have helped me skip through the different levels and shit and whatnot, right? Are you speaking Q? What's Q? I struggle with balance. I love my personal spirituality. My partner isn't into it, but that's okay. Yeah, we all have our own journey, right? Inner soldier. Yes, this Kriya is helping me leaps and bounds. It's vital for my journey. Really, thank you so much. I'm so grateful. I am enjoying this Kriya a lot too, sir. I need you to make sure you stay. Sorry, my son. What?
You need help opening this.
Okay, come around this way, please. You can't be on camera. Yeah, I'm grateful to share. I'm grateful I have the opportunity to share, right? Trey, how you doing? Of course. What, did you get excited about Trey? Did that excite you? Or was it just the cream cheese? Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power, and he who controls the information, those who control the information control the narrative, and those who control the narrative control the paradigm. And if you've noticed, the social medias, especially lately, have been essentially, what's the other word? I'm trying to carefully use words because I want to mean what I say. And you keep using the word attacking, right? That social media is attacking our content, but I think it's really, it's less attacking the content and more just heavily promoting the divisive stuff, the sensationalized things, the crafted, canned rhetoric that is intended to manipulate you and keep you inside of this little box. So those of us who are offering things that aren't that isn't sensationalized, that isn't exaggerated, or isn't just like crazy false claims and these big whatever, right? That's what you see most of on social media because that's part of the manipulation campaign, and it's successful. I personally really despise the idea of being manipulated. Like, that makes me a lot bit irate. So that's why I share information for free. And that's why I'm grateful that I can share now, because I see a lot of people struggling with finding balance and their systems demanding self-actualization. Our systems are self-aligning, are self-healing. They want to grow and evolve in a way that's actually conducive to our wellness. Our systems are not meant to stay compartmentalized, broken, and deteriorating. That's why they deteriorate in the way that they do when we keep them in that way. When we keep them rigid, when we keep them stuck, when we keep them inflexible. And we live in a culture that says, fall in line and operate only this way. So getting outside of the story of who's the bad guy, who's doing what, when, where, and all that, I encourage you to instead focus on finding the inner captain, finding the guru. Guru just means what leads you from darkness to light, and ignorance is a kind of darkness. Your awareness, your attention is a kind of light. So when we talk about enlightening the system here, we're still not even talking from a dogmatic space. I'm talking about literally just bringing light, awareness into your system, of your system. Because when you do that, you develop a different kind of relationship with yourself. One that allows you to be more balanced, more present, instead of being pushed and pulled and swayed and poked by every little energy that comes through your field. That feels vulnerable, right? That feels like the world is out to get me. That feels like I've got to fight for my right to exist. It feels like I've got to use force. But when I learn to cultivate an inner sense of power, I don't need that anymore. And that's what we're working on in here. And that's why the most radical thing you can do in this world right now is to cultivate inner power, is to cultivate your inner captain, is to find that inner captain and to learn to trust your system enough for that captain to guide you out of the darkness. And the darkness just, again, being our own ignorance or our own suffering. I know I missed several comments here, guys. Let me catch up. Great, cool. First live video I clicked into was when you talked about having a bad moment at the store and your inner child said it would be good to dance and get rid of the bad feeling. Everything else gets drowned with all the noise. Hey, Skooma. Hey, Mr. Marfellow, grateful for you too. Yeah, great, Cole. To dance in the middle of the grocery store, it made me smile that another grown person would do something that silly in public. It really touched my heart. Other people's thoughts don't matter. Us feeling better matters. Yes. how many ways, and again, I don't want to get I do want to get into it, but I don't want to get too deep into it. How many ways our culture teaches us to ignore our needs? Like from the moment we're born. And as parents, we hand down the culture to our children as best we can. We might try to improve on and heal things and what have you, right? We'll go ahead and do those things, but we are still influenced as parents by the culture itself and by the way our parents influence us, right? That's why change happens in these generational ways like that. But from the moment we're born, our culture encourages things like sleeping on a schedule, eating on a schedule, eating a specific amount of ounces every single day, uh, putting a diaper on and ignoring your bodily functions. There are letting somebody else spoon feed you, right? And how many times do we say, oh, just a little more, or you have to eat it this time whether you're hungry or not, or you're wearing a diaper, just go ahead and shit in your pants and sit in it. Did you know that infants have a natural reaction to excrement, to their own stuff? They don't want to be anywhere near it. They don't want to sit in it. They don't like it. They will whine and complain when that happens. In fact, the very process of digestion creates all kinds of interesting sensations in an infant's body. You can tell, I'm a diaper free coach, that's why. But you can tell. You can learn to tell when a child is digesting before they actually need to go. But our culture says, don't worry about that. Don't worry about teaching them about these things. Don't let them lead you on food or sleep or anything. No. You need to make them fit to our schedule as this culture. And the absorbent chemicals in the disposable diapers are toxic to humans too. Bot, I had no idea about diaper free. So this is a crazy thing. This is a great example. I like to talk about these things because they're really obvious, right? But we don't recognize them because the narrative, because of the paradigm. It is so common right now for pretty much every child to be diapered, right? And wear that diaper sometimes until 3 or 4 years old. Hey, Mike, how are you? Just a couple generations ago, pretty much every kid, barring some kind of other issue, was potty trained, was using a potty by the time they're 18 months, before the age of 2. That was across the board because you didn't have the disposable diapers. Yes, there were cloth diapers. Yes, they were used to help with sleep and whatnot. And when I did mine, I definitely had cloth diapers around. But the point was, from the moment the child was born, we started to encourage the child to notice what your body needs. But that wasn't that long ago. It really wasn't that long ago. Like, I don't remember exactly the decade, actually, but I don't remember when diapers... I used to know this fact. I like those trivia facts. I used to know when diapers were invented, these kinds of diapers were invented and put out. And I want to say it was probably about the 50s when we went all plastic, Tupperware, cookie cutter, American dream kind of bullshit. That manipulation, that media marketing manipulation is a narrative that has been designed and force-fed to every single person and then passed down because we all become the flying monkeys for this system that we are unconsciously operating inside of. Skooma, we're being domesticated. It's slowly evolving us, unfortunately. Now, I have a different perspective on that. We're being domesticated, yes. We're being controlled. We're being compartmentalized tighter and tighter and tighter. The issue is, you're saying it's slowly evolving us, unfortunately. I think it's fortunately. Because the more pressure the system puts on us, the more people are literally popping out of the system. Like, I literally can't function anymore. I physically can't function anymore. Our bodies are rejecting the system. Our minds are rejecting the system. Our hearts and our energies are rejecting the way that the system has created the paradigms. Our bodies, our evolution is rejecting the paradigm. What I see is that we are evolving out of it. And the more and more pressure we're experiencing right now is more the death rattle, is the system itself being like, no, we can't sink. It's the Titanic. They're screaming that the ship is going down and the rest of us are learning to float. They're holding on to the heavy metal and finite fucking ship that's going in. We have far more power than we've been led to believe because it's dangerous to the paradigm for us to have authentic power. You want real freedom, real autonomy, that comes from an inner power. Pootie Toots, do you also teach your kids sign language before they can speak? Yes, I've been fluent in sign language since I was a kid. So that was one that was like a no-brainer for me, was sign language. And there's an argument that teaching sign language to young children delays speech. It has been proven time and time again that it does not delay speech. It in fact supports speech and cognitive processes. Sometimes when we work on the cognitive processes, right, the children may not speak as quickly or as early, but when they do, it is much more well formed and well processed because the communication part already starts to happen. Sign language allows children to interact with the rhythm of communication the same way when you babble at a baby, when you're sitting there doing the babbling and just, oh my gosh, really? And they're all blah, 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 not saying anything. They are practicing communication. It's actually a really important skill for them to do, for them to babble with you. So feel free to talk bullshit with them. Like, oh, she said what? Because you're practicing, you're teaching them. This is the enculturation process. They're learning how to communicate, how we culturally communicate, what the rhythms are, what the tones are, and they'll mock yours so that they can learn to survive in the culture. And all of this happens unconsciously because our brains aren't even completely conscious until we're about the age of 7 or 8. Pootie Toots, you had to leave right after you asked the question? Oh, that's okay. I would love to teach sign language again. It's on what I initially went to school for. Well, I thought I was going to go to college for, was to teach sign language. If you guys want to learn sign language, we might could create a class inside of the Discord because it's something I love doing and it would be really fun. Yeah, I'm happy to do something like that. Skooma, you could see it going either way, like H.G. Wells' Time Machine. Have you heard, Skooma, and the rest of you, have you guys heard about this Hopi prophecy that essentially says there will be a time where humanity splits? I love you too, Skooma. That humanity splits between the people with their heads connected and their heads disconnected. These are the terms used, right? The imagery and the message is the heads connected and the heads disconnected. When my son was maybe 2 or 3 and he asked me, are zombies real, Mom? I actually had to stop myself from saying no, and I had to admit that they do exist. At a certain point, when we are so attached to our ignorance, we have to detach ourselves from the rest of reality. If you're clinging to the sinking Titanic, you're detaching yourself from the reality of our collective evolution. I personally understand all of humanity as a body. So as my body evolves and enlightens, there are parts of it that are going to be the last parts to enlighten, but they're still going to grow. Right? It's like the ocean changing temperature. Every drop doesn't just suddenly change temperature. You have drops over here getting warmer, here that are colder, here that are lighter, here that are denser. And all of this rhetoric, what do we hear right now? So much. All over social media. What are they pushing? The exaggerated, sensationalized, there's only 144 people. Are you special? Here is the way to open up your third eye so you can protect yourself from psychic attacks. All this sensationalized stuff. To distract and separate and make you feel like maybe it's not me, maybe I'm not special, maybe I'm not going to evolve, maybe I'm not going to, it's not available to me because I can't find a teacher, or because I wasn't born in India, or because I don't have a certification, or because I... The point is divisiveness. The point of saying that there are 144 people and it's only them, just like the point in saying there's only so many people who are going to be saved by God or Christ when he returns, kind of thing. This is divisiveness. It's meant to keep you feeling arrogant. It's meant to keep you in ignorance. It's meant to keep you at odds with your very neighbors, friends, and family. What have we seen more and more and more over these last couple of years? Divisive rhetoric. Getting stronger and stronger and stronger. But you don't have to subscribe to that channel. That's all it is. It's a channel. And when you realize that that particular channel is meant to keep you out of balance, is meant to keep you unwell, is meant to keep you scared, is meant to keep you unhealthy, is meant to keep you confused and feeling vulnerable, is meant to keep you clamoring, because if you are busy clamoring for the basics, you don't have any energy for self-actualization. Funny how that works, huh? Just enough, like a narcissistic relationship. Just enough to keep you engaged, just enough to keep you hopeful. I'll reward you just enough that you'll continue to believe my lies. Yeah, again, I'm so not into that kind of relationship, and I want nothing to do with it. And these very tools are the ones that I have put into practice that have allowed me to find an inner captain I swore I didn't have. Talk about somebody who's felt lost. Gemini rising, thank you. Can't make a fucking decision to save my life. But I learned, once I found my captain, that it's not my job to make a lot of those decisions. That the universe can actually just lead me forward. And that is how I find myself, the true self. It's how I learn to trust myself and my system. It's how I realize that my system is actually my ally. There is not a part of my system that is out to get me. There is not a single part of my system that is my enemy. But my culture wants me to believe it's an enemy, or that it doesn't exist at all, so I don't look in there. My greatest power, my greatest allies, my greatest wisdoms all exist in the one place. My culture says, shh, don't look in there. It does. Buddha Tutsi said it's their own little Eden. It does remind me of Eden. The culture says, stay inside this box, and I will make sure you're all taken care of. Don't look outside. Don't think outside. Don't ask. Don't question. Otherwise, you're not a patriot. Otherwise, you're not a good Christian, right? Otherwise, you're all of these condemnations for you dare to look outside the box. Are you serious? The Fibonacci sequence is the way that the universe works, right? Grows, moves, expands, opening. It's opening and lifting. It's got that the impetus of life, of creation, is growth and expansion, is discovery, is novelty, is learning, right? Is enlightening. So what's the best way, again, to divert you, to keep you ignorant of all of that, is to turn you right around and say, no, the point of life is for you to stay as stuck as you possibly can, as rigid as you possibly can. That makes you easier to control. And once you've forgotten to pay attention to your body, by the time you're 5 or 6, you should pretty much be conditioned out of listening to your system. By now, you're primed to start school, where we're going to teach you to sit a certain way, listen a certain way, speak a certain way, believe a certain way. And all of your friends and neighbors, if you dare question, they will condemn you too. We government, we whoever doesn't even have to condemn you. Your neighbors will do it for us because they've been so conditioned into it. The idea it's called the allegory of the cave. It's by Plato's allegory of the cave. And this is the idea of the people at the bottom of the cave. They are chained on their knees at the bottom of the cave, at the back of the cave, staring at the back of the cave, arguing over shadows in the back of the cave. Deep, willful ignorance. Not willful, well, it's willful when you decide to stay, right? If you realize there's an opportunity to leave the back of the cave and to come out of those chains and see something else, right? That is the enlightening process, because when we get to the top outside of the cave, it is the truth of reality, right? All of reality, all of creation in there. But many of us spend our entire lives somewhere in the cave, whether it be at the back, staring at the shadows, arguing over them. And think about this. In a place of ignorance, the person who knows most about the manipulations is the wisest. Right? If we are living in the back of the cave, chained to the floor, staring at the walls, and all we see are shadows, who is the wisest of the ignorant, but the one who knows the most about the shadows? And what are we seeing? Again, social media pushing those narratives, pushing the divisiveness, pushing the rhetoric that is intended to keep you separate, that is intended to keep you ignorant. We are seeing more and more of the content not being shared, at least definitely on TikTok. I know that the other platforms are doing it as well. So with that in mind, like I've been saying for the past week, we are very likely going to have to move our free classes into another platform. We have a community space over on Discord. The link is in my link tree. I move with change on Linktree, and I move with change on Patreon. I move with change on YouTube, and I move with change on TikTok. Go follow me in those places. Those are the best places to find me. The link to join the Discord is on the Linktree, and it's on the Patreon, and it's totally free. Skuma, sorry. Huge sci-fi fan here. How do you feel about Dune and fear? Fear is the mind killer notion. I have not seen Dune in so long. I can hardly remember much of it, but I need to see it again if I can handle it. If I can. Fear is the mind killer. I think to talk about fear, it's important to recognize that fear can cultivate the kind of inner demons, right? Fear comes and scratches at the walls at night. Fear comes and whispers in your ear, right? Fear has this kind of insidious way of wrapping itself around you so you can't even speak anymore. Fear, when we talk about negative, dense, demonic kind of energies, one of the closest things that I've really ever experienced within myself to that matches energies like that is fear. So I believe that fear is one of those energies that is of that density, and it doesn't do anything to expand your system. Fear is absolutely a contractive energy. Now remember that being afraid of something is also a protective mechanism, right? So we don't want to across the board be like all fear is bad. But if I have this little dark dense thought form that is sitting there doing this shit at me, it's an indication that some part of me is still very stuck at the back of the cave in ignorance. Ignorance, I really like the description to be said when ignorance is a belief in duality, in the black and white nature of life. The more we believe in things as either night and day, right or wrong,
good or bad, the more ignorance we are operating within. Because the idea of the universe as just either or is a very gross motor cognitive concept, right? It's ignorant itself. When we're children, we first learn how to swing our whole arm before we learn how to pick up small beads. So these are gross cognitive functions, right? To say, oh, it's either this or either that. When I'm a child, I'm asleep or I'm awake. But as I grow and enlighten my system, I learn the more subtle layers of reality, the more subtlety between day and night and evening and falling asleep and waking up. And this is how I inform my system. Fear prevents us from holding space for our vulnerability. But fear can also be indicative of where our systems have been harmed before. It's something that tells you that you have defenses in your system that are protecting something that feels vulnerable, protecting some part of you that's been hurt. Great, cool. Hey, chat, want everybody to put their fears in the chat? What's your biggest fear? What's your biggest fear? What's one of your biggest fears? Nibir, how to open the third eye. There are a variety of practices for opening the third eye. We are currently working with a 40-day meat suit challenge, CAYA. And that is for improving the third eye and communication through the third eye channel. We also used a mudra a couple weeks ago for the third eye. We used Tritaka meditation and other practices for the third eye, pranayama for the third eye. There's a variety of ways to open the third eye. And most of us have an open third eye. Hey, Pete, how are you? It's more about our ability to hear the subtle voices, the subtle whispers of that wisdom, of that higher self, right? Your third eye is there, is functioning, has energy moving through it. Your ability to communicate and perceive that stuff is about your ability to focus your attention on it and receive it, right? And to be present with it. If I'm way over here, I'm not going to hear my intuition at all. My third eye may be balanced and open, and I have guides who are sitting there tapping on my brain going, hey, are you paying attention? Because I'm leading you right through life. And I might not even notice because I'm over here. I'm over there. So before you worry about opening your third eye, I encourage you to cultivate your sense of awareness. Align your intention with your attention and learn to bring that pendulum of attention back to center as many times as it takes without a battle. The more you fight, the more you create a battle within yourself, the more tension remains in your system. Hey friend, let's see. I'm scared I cannot change. I'm scared I will never contribute enough. I feel that one. I feel that one deep in my bones. When I was saying that about myself, that I'm scared I cannot change and I'm scared I'll never contribute enough, was also when I was absolutely not valuing the places that I'd already been, the things I'd already done, and the changes I'd already made. So that was a really actually big pivotal point for me, was realizing that my fear of not changing and my fear of not contributing enough was actually me not valuing what I'd already done. Huge shift. Great, cool. The thought that I'm the only one who will love me unconditionally crosses my mind a lot. I have the belief that we are moving into the evolution. The evolution we are moving through is unconditional love, is embodying unconditional love. So great, cool. You might get a whole lot more unconditional love than you've bargained for. Pooty Toots, I fear dying without having a positive impact on at least one person. Can I tell you you've had a positive impact on me already? Just by being willing to share your insight and knowledge and being able to share yourself with us over in the Discord. And that's the thing too, right? That's the thing, like Gray Cole says, I bet you've already helped dozens. Pootie Toots, I just want to help others grow so damn bad. Hey, badass blind woman, how are you? Okay, so I want to shift into this because this was something that I went through, right? And I know I've talked about it a little bit, but let's touch in on it again. In my imbalances in my lower chakras, my root not feeling safe pulled that energy up into my sacral. My sacral not feeling nurtured didn't get my needs met, so I had to pull it up into my solar. And then I demanded my needs met like every 2-year-old does, and I got, punished for it. So then I moved my energy up into my heart. And only here in my heart did I suddenly find the ability to be valuable, to be loved, to be, appreciated. I was right. I was good. As long as I was taking care of other people, as long as I was serving other people's needs and subjugating my own to make sure that I showed up how other people expected me, meeting other people's expectations, meeting other people's needs. So it felt, and still is, in truth, a calling to hold this big open heart space for people, right? But in my imbalances, I weaponized that because my system was screaming from my heart, I just want to help people. I just want to help. I just want to help. And it was an echo. It was an echo of my system saying, I just need help. I just need help. I just need help. When you feel that very strong desire to help others, it's not meaning that you shouldn't help others. I have realized that I thwarted my growth and alignment because I spent so much time first helping others. And if I was going to change anything, I don't keep that mindset, but if I did, I'd say I'd go back and take care of me first. Because now that I'm doing that, it changes everything. Pootie Toots, yep, that's why I went into hermit mode for almost a year. And the hermit is also a healer, right? There's deep medicine. Absolutely, Osand. Welcome. Again, that's the thing, right? When we live in a culture that says, this is how you, right? This is a good thing. We'll reward you, sort of, for being like this and encourage you to be like that. What did my culture teach me? Was that I'm not safe just by existing. That if I ask and cry for my needs to met, that I don't deserve nourishment just for crying about it. That I'm not allowed to make too many big demands on other people. That I'm not allowed to have, any kind of too loud, any message, like that kind of thing. But what I was allowed to do was be in my heart space. And for some of us, we got that message differently. Maybe you were allowed to be in your root, but you weren't allowed to be in these other ones. Maybe you were allowed to be in your solar plexus, but not in your heart. And so we have these cultural stereotypes now that we see more and more of, like, this feminine, this feminine, this masculine, this masculine, this feminine, this masculine. It's a culture that teaches you to rely on the tangible. And what's tangible is what I'm doing for other people, right? Is what I produce, is how I interact with the world outside of me, the tangible world. But the reality is that most of the universe is made of the intangible. And that's where I find a trusting relationship with myself. That's where I find my inner captain and my inner guru, is in the intangible, in the space where I can't validate it with anybody outside of me. It's just my inner space, and it's only for me. And nobody else can see it, feel it, hear it in the way that I can. It's just mine. There's something miraculous and special about that. There's something unique and beautiful and powerful about that. But your culture says, don't look. Don't look at your power. I want you to feel powerless. Bot, in my case, I was guilted into putting others first and kept doing it in hopes they wouldn't make my life harder. It's a defense mechanism. Brad, have I seen Everything is Illuminated? Eugene Hutz from Gogo Bordello is a great role in it. I don't know. Maybe I have. I think I've seen the name of it because that sounds familiar, but I may not have seen it. I don't watch a lot of movies anymore, because unfortunately they are part of the enculturation process. They're part of the manipulation. Pete, just moved into this apartment. All your noise neighbors are monitoring you? Oh no. Gray Cole, we are our own universe. I think sometimes we get lost in the concept, right? Of unity with the universe. What does that really mean? What does that really look like? Especially when we live in a world where, for all intents and purposes, we perceive all of our separation, all of our differences and isolation, right? In my 12 years of studying human development and wellness across the lifespan, it was really actually philosophy that dug me into some deep rabbit holes that I may never get out of. We can't quite explain why humans have subjective experience. Gray Cole, it's fantastic. We're going there. We're going right there. Okay. We don't know why subjective experience exists, but we know that it does exist. Whether it's a real thing or whether it's an illusion that we are experiencing, it doesn't really matter. For all intents and purposes, we are all stuck inside of our illusionary isolation. I've come to understand this as an evolutionary imperative, because evolutionary imperatives are things that we do or that happen for our benefit of evolution. If I was all-knowing, and I knew and understood all the things and experienced all the things, then I would have no reason to discover anything, to learn anything. I would have no reason for expansion. If I was perfectly comfortable, there would be no reason for expansion. There would be no reason for exploration. There would be no reason for change. There would be no reason for growth. So it's almost like, to learn and discover, we have to first be ignorant, right? If I am part of the whole of creation, whether I seem separate from it or not, I know that I am within creation, right? I think Descartes actually said it best when he started his meditations. It's called the Meditations. And he spent page after page after page saying, well, there could be a puppeteering God. It could be a video game. It could be a matrix of some kind. It could be all these different things. He didn't say video game because he was way back when. But there could be all these ways where the universe is manipulating me, is keeping me ignorant, or somehow forcing me or controlling me. To figure out whether or not I even exist, I have to just assume that I can trust my senses. My senses are the only way that I interact with the world. And in fact, we can go so far as to say all of my experience with the world, all of my experience with the world happens inside of my system. Bullshit. I can see the tree outside. Yes, you can. Where do you see the tree? I can hear the dog barking in the distance. Where do you hear the dog barking? In the vibration of these little hairs in there. And the eardrum. If you and I are holding hands, where do you feel my hand? The illusion is that there is stuff outside of us. Jelly Toes, thank you for subscribing. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you for the support. Guys, remember, once you subscribe, definitely come in to get your perks of the subscription. Come into the Discord. If you need a link for the Discord, send me a message. Rain Soul, this is the Native American way of life. You mean to understand that the illusion is outside of us, or that we are all intimately interconnected? Because that is my understanding, in exploring those traditions as well, is that the interconnectedness is something that the illusion is our separation. The illusion is our isolation. But, okay. We also understand through quantum mechanics, right, that it's so funny. There's something about what we're talking about right now that I usually have no problem talking about, and all of a sudden the pirates on my ship are like, shh, shh, shh. I don't know what the heck is going on. Because this is a concept that I'm quite familiar with. Both. Ah, yes, Rain Soul. Clearly we live in a soupe movement meditation of atomic and subatomic ingredients. When I was little, learning to use energy work, my mother passed on our family lineage of energy work. And when I was learning to use energy work, one of the most powerful things that she would repeatedly say to me is that, remember that you are not separate from the other thing. Where you work with energy is in the soup between. She would always call it the soup. She goes, imagine you're like in alphabet soup. You're the alphabet, right? Everything of the letters and the carrots and the bits are all the tangible things. The soup, the broth, is what we're actually in. And that broth doesn't just bounce off of us. There's an energy from it. There's an energy that moves through us and within us. She also taught me that humanity is a body. We need all parts of the body for the body to function. Even the parts that we judge or don't like or aren't as pretty or smell as good as the other parts, right? We live in a culture that even tells us to deny our own bodies. Cover it with fake smells. Cover it with fake, all the makeup, all the things, all the clothes, all the things, all the things, all the things. External, 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 external. Gray Cole, I like what you said though, because that's where I was kind of headed. In a meditation, considering the process of enlightenment, what I saw was that as we do our enlightening process, as we enlighten, as we get on this path, we're born into our ignorance and we're even fed further ignorance so that we could live in this reality. And we will continue skirting the edge of this reality as long as we live in this place of tangible and only tangible. As long as you live in the tangible place, you will stay here in that space. As soon as I start exploring the intangible, it creates a kind of momentum, a kind of gravity, right? You know, there are things you can't unlearn. There are things you can't unsee. That first time that you have a, crazy, a big spiritual experience or a physiological experience, or you experience the intangible, you can't unknow that, right? So it creates a kind of momentum. There's even kind of gravity to it. And the more you start to enlighten your system, the more you can't deny your system is enlightening itself. And we go within and we go within and we go within and we go in deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And as we do that, just like a black hole, we can begin to bend time and space itself. What? What the fuck are you talking about, bend time and space? Quantum mechanics has discovered that the light of awareness changes a thing on a molecular level. That time and space are not the static stage we thought they were, past, present, future. They're not a static stage that we move around on, but instead, they exist only relative to our perspective. That sounds like some crazy woo-woo shit. It's not, because all you have to do is look outside. If there is a tree between you and your vehicle, then from your perspective, your vehicle isn't there. This is exploring the intangible. This is the way that we understand these concepts on a practical level. You have the capacity to alter the very nature, your experience of space and time itself. That's kind of godly, but we're not there yet, right? So here we are, moving in, enlightening the system, learning to manipulate space and time in a way that shifts with my attention and intention. I become one with the universe. Time and space bends to such an extent that on the other end of that black hole, I emerge into my own universe. You heard the saying that this universe is named Sophia. In meditation, I saw that piece. That's why it's named Sophia. Because Sophia, just like every other universe in every other dimension, is an individual consciousness that has enlightened itself to the extent that it alters space and time and emerges into its own universe. In fact, my consciousness existing now as it is developing that universe based on my perception and my interaction with both the tangible and the intangible worlds. Great, Cole. You don't believe the government necessarily wants to manipulate or control us. You think they see themselves as the adults of life and certain people as children. Yes, I agree with you. And that's, I really like to try to speak about it, not from a place of there's specific people out to get you, and more that they're operating from that place of ignorance, and they'll continue to do so because it serves them. We continue to do the things that serve us. And unfortunately, sometimes we do those things even if other people don't benefit, right? And if we've been doing that for a long time and we don't even recognize how other people don't benefit, we definitely don't have any qualms about it. But if we are also ignorant and arrogant enough to say, well, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, even though I know it's hurting other people, right? That's where we're at right now. There's the deterioration because there is an awareness that the system we're in is not functioning well and is not functioning well for most. So there are people that are perpetuating the system that they can clearly see is not doing well, is not supportive. But at the same time, we're talking about generations of enculturation. We're talking about generations of a narrative, passed down narratives. And unfortunately, a lot of people in politics and other places like that who have the money to be in those places have been groomed for generations. One of the really dangerous things right now about Project 2025 is the fact that it's not something that just got written up last year or 2 years ago and thrown out into the world. This has been something that has been at least a generation or two where they have been working toward and essentially grooming their children to be in politics and to carry that narrative forward. That's the danger right now, is that there are people who are willfully ignorant and clinging to that ignorance despite it harming other people. So is it the government trying to control us? I don't think so. Is it the system wanting to stay alive and keep functioning even though it's falling apart? I think it's much more that. And when we step back from blaming the people in particular, we can see it as a paradigm and we can start working from here instead of needing to go blame and attack people, right? Catfisher, you got me changing time and space. Yes, yes, yes. I love it. Yeah. Movement meditation, you like it, you really do. You just can't figure out the practicalities of, let's see, the majority of the universe is undefined as black energy and black matter. So we are a giant enigma. Yeah, the majority of the universe, right, is the intangible, not tangible. Great, Cole. I think you're in good company. I love it when you come in and go, well, okay, no way. You're not going to believe. No. Wait, really? You're with Ken here, friend. Okay, so you really like it. You just can't figure out the practicalities of it. If everything in the universe is just energy vibrating at molecules of energy, frequency, vibrating at different frequencies, and the only reason we create the different densities is because of those vibrations of frequencies, then that means the intangible, the thing that has, is also the frequencies. And maybe it's the sinew, maybe it's the tissue that hold us together, right? Maybe it's the body of God itself, and we are just the cells in between, right? Maybe this is the tissue, the muscle, maybe it's the bloodstream. I don't know. Thank you, Badass Blind Woman. I'm going to tag you up or pin you up there. Thank you. Thank you guys for sharing the live. I don't know if it's going to the FYP now. I'll probably come off and see several restrictions. Great, Cole, but a lot of people aren't even close to enlightenment, to enlightening their systems. I don't know. I gotta disagree. I think a lot of people are close, getting closer and closer. Great, Cole. I think the government is scared because they think people are ready. Yeah, but you know what? That's not their place. You know, it's like when our parents, out of their own ignorance, pretend like we're not ready for something and we have to just push past and say, like, it's time to let us grow up, right? And the arrogance of people who, to operate with that arrogance that says, I should be the parent for the masses, is definitely ignorance. And so they're still operating in that ignorance, right? I try to think less about less about the people and more about the paradigm. Movement, meditation, it's a controlling body. We should and shall have free solar energy. There's no reason why we don't. Yes, there is a reason why we don't, is because capitalism, is because the system is benefiting from the structures that it uses right now, like gas. And like the public school system. These things are not going to change overnight because people are benefiting from them right now. And the people that benefited from them have the force in this world to maintain that control of them. When we start to cultivate our intrinsic power, our collective power, they won't have that force won't work anymore, and we can make these changes with our intrinsic power. And those who use force, aggression, and violence and things like that will no longer be as powerful because we've discovered a power that is beyond the force they're using. For certain things, so they're creating their own hell, our hell. Yes, we all create our own hell. Thank you, friend. We all create our own heaven, our own hell. We all create our own reality, because ultimately the only person who is in control of my reality is me. Now, if I am still unconscious and ignorant of my ability to control it, that means my body and my physiology is controlling it. And that is only influenced by this material world, which means it can be manipulated by the reality outside of me, by the paradigm, by the narrative outside of me, but only in my ignorance. That's why I'm sitting here going, enlighten the system. Let's enlighten the system. It doesn't mean some samadhi, some place that you're going to be only and someday when you finally get there. Every moment we can be enlightening the system. Katie, I agree. I see more and more stepping up. Yeah. Great, cool. That reminds me of a song somewhere, and that's just that song like basically says the same sentiment. You said one of my mantras. I don't have enemies. I have people I haven't reached yet, and it's something like, gosh, it's almost at the tip of my tongue. Strangers are just friends I haven't met. Enemies are Strangers are just friends I haven't met. Enemies are friends I haven't understood yet. Strangers are just friends I haven't met. Enemies are friends I haven't understood yet. My mantra for a long time was seek first to understand. And it was also strive daily to inspire someone. Those have been some of my mantras. But that one, I believe it's Ani DeFranco. I believe it's an Ani DeFranco quote. Strangers are just friends. Strangers are just friends I haven't met. Enemies are friends I haven't understood yet. I haven't understood you yet. No, it's not Ani DeFranco. I don't even... Jaya Suri? Gosh, that's coming out of the archives in there. Gosh, I think I can find her again. Strangers are just friends I haven't met. Enemies are friends I haven't understood yet. I haven't understood you yet. So. Movement meditation. When I cut my hair, I shed some societal norms and expectations. You like that? It's been a long journey for me of shedding societal expectations. I don't know. It's a wild hair that grew up out of my left butt cheek when I was a young child and was like, I don't fucking like it here. I don't fit. You guys suck. I want to cut my hair how I feel like cutting it. I don't want to wear pink. You know how long it took me to wear pink? Because how forced I was to wear it? Oh my gosh. How long it's taken me to wear makeup because how common it is and expected it is to wear makeup. I was just talking to my son the other day. I said something like how cool it would be to have a prosthetic or like a glass eye. I was telling him, I'm like, it'd be so cool to have a glass eye. He's like, yeah, just because you like to be ugly. I said, I mean, I'm not trying to be ugly. I just definitely like to be not normal, but I'm not doing it not to not be normal, right? I used to not wear makeup so that I didn't look normal. I used to do these things. The first time I shaved my head, I was 14 years old. And it was freeing. It was holy fuck. It was I was pulled around by my hair, right, by my aggressor, and I was required to have hair because girls don't cut their hair short and whatnot. So when I turned 14 and I moved back with my mom, I was like, whoop! I went to the barber and everything, paid for it. The guy had a great time shaving my head, and it was the most freeing feeling ever in the world. I walked outside and I felt the wind hit my scalp, and immediately I was like, motherfuckers can't touch me. So for me, it's always been a way to be more me. Be more me. I had somebody say many years ago, there are some problems that I recognize are not bad problems, right? People would say they're not bad problems, but it doesn't mean they're not problems still. And actually, to quote Ani DeFranco, she says, God help you if you are an ugly girl, but too pretty is also your doom. 'Cause everyone harbors a secret hatred for the prettiest girl in the room. And God help you if you are a phoenix and you dare to rise up from the ash. 1,000 eyes will smolder with jealousy while you are just flying past. We live in a culture that if you're classically attractive, if you're culturally attractive, then you're treated as if you are an object. And by being born with an attractive face, somehow you're asking for all of the attention. I had an old man once say to me, I had an older gentleman once say to me after repeatedly accosting me at work. I was working. I was doing my job. And he kept grabbing me. And I finally had to stop and get in his face. I repeatedly told him to stop. And then I was bartending and waitressing by myself. I was running the place by myself. So there wasn't anybody else to go get, kind of thing, right? So I finally turned to him and I was like, you need to fucking cut it out. This isn't okay. I don't know who the fuck you think you are. Stop. And he laughed. It was hilarious to him that I dared tell him to cut it out. And he goes, oh, honey, you just wait until you're old and grinkly and you'll be wishing you had guys like me hitting on you. And in that moment, I leaned in a little more and I said, honey, I can't wait till pigs like you don't look at me like that. Don't even give me a second thought. Just because you find my physicality attractive does not mean that you have any right to my space, my time, and my energy. But that is always the assumption. Whether I'm out with my son, whether I'm by myself, if I am present, the assumption is I am willing. So, no, I haven't worn makeup most of my life. Because that was more invitation. Because unless I could wear makeup that made me look really unattractive, right? But that was too much work. I was like, maybe if I could just burn the side of my face, people would fucking leave me alone. For how many times my body and my energy has been taken by force because someone else decided that I was their right. It does change the brain. It does change the behavior. And it does change your desire to interact with people. Why do I go out in public in a onesie? Why do I go out in public wearing funny glasses and shaved hair, you know? Why do I go out in public wearing whatever the fuck I want to wear, acting however the fuck I want to act? Because if I don't fit into those societal norms, more people are less likely to interact with me. I'd rather be crazy than available. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in. I have to go out there and make myself look crazy, act crazy. But that's okay, because I'm kind of a lot bit crazy. So, or at least I've been told that my whole life, right? I appreciate the sorries, the guys. But really, it's not about looking back at my past. It's about how we move forward. It's about how we collectively move forward. What all of that is a dying, outdated paradigm where we don't value people as pieces of God. Where we cultivate arrogance and ignorance and believe that it's just who we are, so fuck it, deal with it. If anything, this is a time of personal responsibility. And the choice is, are you going to take responsibility for your enlightenment or not? If you choose not to, that's okay. But you will continue to be influenced by the system. Your system will continue to take in information. You will continue to operate in whatever paradigm you have that was given to you when you were a child, unless you examine it. And if you would like to operate from whatever paradigm your culture and family and religion gave you, and if that seems to work for you and you feel healthy and perfect and fantastic and everything's great in your life, then by all means, friend, keep going. But if you're like me and not so keen on being manipulated, if you're like me and really not interested in engaging in ignorance and divisiveness, if you're like me and are really interested in how to align with the universe in a way that brings my healing to me, what I've really learned over time is that the greatest manipulation is that you have to go out there and you have to fight for it. You have to find a wife, right? You have to demand more money. You have to fight your neighbor for safety and security. You have to defend your fence lines and shit like that. Like, all of it causes tension. All of it causes chaos. The analogy again is that if I am trying to find balance, I'm standing on one foot. As long as my system is trying to find balance, there is tension in my system. And the more off balance my system is, the more tension my system experiences. Come on. Come on, we're going to do it again. Come on, let's do it. Ajna, you ready? Ajna's so excited. Okay, stand up, my friends. Come on. Well, and two, sexuality, light held fast, you said as humans, not sexualities. That's the thing, is that our culture has caused imbalances in our chakras to the extent that we seek our nourishment through physical means. It's not the way that our systems are supposed to be nourished, but that's what we do, because that's what our cultures have taught us. All right, I can't see shit, so hopefully I'll be in the screen. But get your butts up and stand on one foot. Stand on one foot with me. Ah! Stand on one foot. Balance as best you can. Really off balance. I dare you to try to stay the fuck off balance. Way off balance without falling over. Tell me, where is there tension in your body? Where is the fucking tension in your body? Everywhere in your body. Is it not trying to balance? Yes, yes, yes. Now, find center. Now, where is the tension in your body? Where is there tension? The difference there is really important. When you are finding balance, there's tension. Once you find balance, everything, all of that tension releases. Centering yourself, balancing yourself with the flow of the universe, with the energy of the universe, with your energy and the way that it interacts with the universe, affords you ease simply by the nature of being aligned. The misnomer would tell you that to manifest things, you got to fight, you got to work hard on it, you got to think about it a bunch of times, you got to put a bunch of stress in, right? How many years I tried to manifest by force? You can't manifest by force. I mean, you can go fight for shit and you can go get shit, but you don't manifest by force. Manifestation is about aligning your energy with the universe in such a way that everything you need arrives when you need it, because you're interacting with the universe at a constant ebb and flow, give and take. You're aligned with. It's like flowing down the river versus trying to swim upstream. Which one's easier? Which one gets you there quicker? Which one causes more or less tension? Okay, well, how the fuck do I align my energy with the universe then? Fuck. What do you mean? If it's that simple as standing on my fucking foot and balancing, then I would do it, right? It actually is. What are you doing when you're balancing again and again and again? What are you doing with this balancing? What are you trying to do is be center and find stillness. Be here now and find stillness. So this is why we talk in this space about cultivating our intention and our attention. Remember, we talked earlier about quantum physics and how your attention is the very light that shifts space and time itself. Your attention is the key to aligning yourself with the universe. If we're trying to do something that we don't know how to do, or we're trying to be somebody that we've never been, right? If I want to live in a space, if I want to have a trusting, loving relationship with myself, but I've never had that before, I can't just go out tomorrow and get myself a trusting relationship, a trusting, loving relationship, right? And in fact, I probably don't even really know what it looks like or how it looks in practice, or anybody who maybe even does it, right? Like I might be totally on my own going through the wilderness trying to find something that I've never seen, heard, touched, taste, smelled. How do you find something if you don't know what it looks like, feels like, sounds like? Fuck. In tiny little moments. So in tiny little moments, I like to ask myself, right? Things like, is this inclusive or exclusive? Is this for me or is this not for me? That's my favorite. Is it for me or is it not for me? And you can use that with absolutely everything in your life. An opinion somebody's sharing with you. Is this for me or is it not for me? Not really for me. That's okay. You can keep it, right? Because the question of for me or not for me doesn't judge anything, doesn't judge anybody, doesn't tell them or condemn them for having a different choice, and doesn't blame them or accuse them for trying to give me a different thing. I can just ask, is it for me or is it not for me? Everything, anyone else or the world offers you is all a gift. Everything in the present moment is a gift. It's just a choice. Do you want to take it with you and integrate it as your own and make it part of who you are, or not? Stop picking up shit that doesn't fit you. Stop picking up relationships that aren't healthy. Right? But how do I do that? But how do I do that? Because in each moment asking, is this for me or is it not for me? And trusting your system to give you yourself a good answer. I do the 369, feels good. Good. I like to think manifestation works. I see manifestation. I see it working. The more I align with authenticity, the more I sit in, focus on the process of self-actualization. These flies are getting me. They're getting me today. I'm just going to go like this the whole time. Or we're going to have to go the fuck outside because they're finally starting to aggravate the senses. If life is a river and I want to be in flow with the river, then holding on to rocks and digging in my heels and clenching my fists, none of these are ways that I'm going to easily flow with the river, right? Flowing in the river is to learn to be flexible, to be curious and willing to ride the waves and bend and sways as they happen through life. What are the things that prevent us from doing that? Reactivity, tension, shame, doubt, fear, right? It takes a lot of trust to meet every day and say, okay, universe, what do you have for me? Show me what you got. Show me what you're working with. Because we've been taught that the only way to get things what we want in life is to fight and to strive and to force and to, again, you see the difference here? Working with the tangible is a force, is a gross motor skill. Working with the intangible is cultivating power, not tension. Force creates tension. Is there a time and a place for force? Yes. If I'm going to the gym and I want to build muscle, I need the force and release, right? If I'm going to move a mountain, there is an amount of force that I may need to use. But we spend so much time using force, that we forget that we can create a tunnel through the mountain, or we can explore our way over the mountain, or hell, maybe it's not even a mountain at all and we're just perceiving it as a mountain, and really it's an anthill and we can step the fuck right over. But we have to be aware enough of what our mental processes are doing and what our energy is doing to go, oh shit, I totally made a mountain out of an anthill. But only I can do that, to shift that, because that happens inside of me. Josh. Ooh, transcendental Jedi mind. We manifest every second. 100%. Oh, I don't manifest. Everyone is manifesting. It's the nature of you existing is to interact with the intangible reality. You are manifesting in every moment. That's why we talk about taking responsibility for everything that happens in your life, because you are manifesting at every moment. And, well, how the fuck did I manifest getting my ass kicked? That's where it gets sticky, doesn't it? That's where it gets sticky, and it gets difficult for us to take responsibility, because we're like, I didn't fucking walk into somebody's fists. No. And let's take some step backs. Let's keep taking step backs until you find a place that you made a decision. Stop with the blame or fingers and whatnot. Let's just step back until you find the point where you can regain personal power and make a different decision in the future. And if next time that shit happens and you make a different decision and shit, I still walked into fist. Damn it. Well, now we try again. It's an exploration. It's an experiment. It's an experiment. Josh, thank you, Valda. Josh says, all I want is someone to hold me and tell me everything is going to be okay. That's all I really want. You don't care what they look like? Doesn't matter. You know, that right there, that's root chakra, sacral chakra stuff. So we talk a lot about the energy body in here. And we know that the root chakra develops between in utero to about 6 months. And then the solar plexus or sacral chakra develops between about 6 months to about 2 years. So for the first 2 years, we're working on the energy of, do I feel safe and am I nurtured? What is the message? Thanks, Jedi Mind. What is the message in those early years? What is our chakras trying to figure out? So in social emotional development, in Erik Erikson's stages of social emotional development, it's a mouthful. Our first question in reality is, am I safe? Is security or insecurity? Safety or insecurity? Those are the challenge. That's the, what are we trying to figure out? So if our first interactions with life informed our system, listen to this carefully. If our first experiences from utero to 6 months informed our system that our system wasn't safe to be just purely open and right? As it is. Then we begin to shift that energy. We begin to set up protections. My body is my ally. My energy is my ally. And for the first several years, all my energy is doing is figuring out how to keep my system safe. Thank you, body. Thank you, energy. My culture, my parents, my caregivers, my friends, my religion, my neighbors, my government, all of these things are all party to putting information into your system to tell your system how to live in this reality. Your system is just concerned with surviving. Your higher self is concerned with thriving, but we're not there yet. We're just on survival first until you can get all of your capacity built. And that doesn't happen until you're in your 20s. So for those first few years, the question first is, am I safe or not? So if the first couple of years, or the first 6 months, you got the message you weren't safe. What could that look like? What could that look like? That could be crying by yourself in eternity in a dark room. That could be being separated from your parents. That could be a traumatic birth experience. That could be a postpartum depression, that kind of stuff. with the parents. That could be any manner of things. It could be an accident, a car accident that you were in, any manner of things. When we talk about trauma, I don't want to talk about it from this perspective of somebody beat me, right? This is not the only thing. Our system just learns to protect. Our system just learns to protect. So in the earliest stage, my system goes, am I safe or not? No? Well, let's pull the energy up and ask for safety, because my sacral is my first way of getting my needs met. As an infant, this is 6 months to 2 years. What am I doing? I'm squirming and crying, and then I'm learning to ask for things and point to things and go get things and all this stuff that's happening here. And this is also the stage where my body expects me to still be in a nursing relationship with my mother, to still be very close to the caregivers' bodies, my family's bodies. This is how evolution has always kept our infants healthy and well, is with our systems, right? With our own systems, with the mother, with the parent's heartbeat, with the parent's breath, So then we move it up to the sacral. And if, as an infant, let's say you grew up in the US and you were taught to only eat at certain times and only eat a certain amount at these certain times. And if you asked for food otherwise, you were told no. If you asked for hugs and snuggles, you were told to get off, or gross, ew, weird, or especially if you were, God forbid, gendered masculine in here, then stop. Boys don't do that, right? But girls were taught to the opposite. So what I'm getting at is that feeling of, I just want someone to hold me. I just want someone to meet my most basic need for comfort. That was that root and sacral chakra imbalance. So finding somebody outside of us to do that for us actually doesn't satisfy the need. What we're doing when we get somebody else to do it for us is that we are receiving their energy. We are borrowing their finite energy. Can people hold space for us? Yes. Can we support each other with hugs and snuggles? Abso-fucking-lutely. And finding balance in our system is imperative to maintaining that sense of safety and nourishment. But again, we're not taught to do that in this culture. Instead, we're taught to go look for other satisfactions. And so we choose substances, we choose intimacy, we choose aggression, or we choose heavy boundaries, or we choose no boundaries at all in hopes somebody will just comfort us for a little bit. Hey, Gen X Drive. Movement meditation. Yep, somebody adopted from birth. So adoption, that early experience, will cause an imbalance. Remember that none of these things, though, are unhealable, right? Like, if we are aware, and as we gain awareness of these things, we can realign these things. I've never met a single person that I thought was really beyond healing, because it's a choice. It's a choice that you have to make. Jedi mind, doesn't the ego try to keep us safe in fear? Hey, friend Poi, hold on, I see what you're talking about here. Smashing the TV. Safe to vacuum glass? I guess so. Just be careful, please, with yourself. Okay, Jedi mind, doesn't the ego try to keep us safe in fear? So when these structures are being developed when we're young, sorry guys that I'm missing stuff. I know that I'm missing some comments here, and I'm trying to get back to them. I'm also trying to let my brain wrap around some concepts here. So does the ego try to keep us safe in fear? Your ego manifestations are the result of the protections that your system set up for you early on in life. The protections that were set up influenced by your culture. Your ego is your ally. An unchecked ego, an uninformed ego, can absolutely turn into your enemy. Can absolutely lead you down all sorts of random places and cause absolute chaos in your life, and holy fuck. But we don't kill the ego. We don't starve the ego. We don't make an enemy of the ego, because if we make an enemy of an ego, the ego is of my energy, and therefore if I make an enemy of my energy, this will be a battle I fight every single day while my system tries to find balance. My system wants to find balance, so it has to integrate that ego. But if I'm constantly saying, fuck you, ego, then what am I doing? I'm creating tension in my own system. Boy, TikTok, I'm glad TikTok exists too, right? What's up?
Is it possible for the cats to get on the roof of the camper?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Don't put them up there, though.
Don't worry, I won't.
Okay.
I just want this kitten.
Okay. You can take a kitten. That's a Vivi. Vivi's gonna be grumpy about it. You hear him?
No.
Okay. In or out? Love you.
Love you too. Oh, Craig. Tell you something?
No, not right now. I'll be done a little bit, and I'll come have lunch.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna close up right around 1 o'clock here, guys. Conscious cat. Sorry, I keep seeing your comment here. Hold on, let me get back to you. You said there was an incident when you were 3, I believe, that I saw, right? Felt unsafe since you were young. Your first trauma, almost drowning, was at 3. So now you're pulling up at the age of 3. We're pulling up into the solar plexus. The solar plexus is about our sense of autonomy. Autonomy versus shame and doubt is what I'm doing here in my solar plexus. And so traumas that happen during that stage, from about 2 to 5, 2 to 4-ish, will affect the balance in our solar plexus. This is my center for will. If I try to do things, if I interact with the world, is it going to be rewarded? Am I going to be, or is it going to be thwarted? Is it going to be difficult for me to continue to interact? Am I allowed to express this energy here or not? So when things like that happen, let's say we did express that energy and we ended up in a really dangerous situation, it could inform your system to, oh, nope, let's not trust our energy. Let's not trust our desire to do things, right? Maybe I'm now a bad decision maker. Maybe I'm stupid and, what's the word I'm looking for? Careless and irresponsible and all of these other things, right? Terrible things. You don't want to be those things. So what happens is that our system then pulls that energy up to somewhere else. Yes, it causes an imbalance. And these things, these imbalances, will then inform our ego, then inform our personality as I grow later on. If I have learned that the only way for me to get my needs met is to throw a tantrum, let's go back down to the sacral chakra and say that at the age of, 18 months, I realize that if I just scream and cry and throw myself around long enough, that I will get what I want. Children aren't doing this to be mean. Children aren't doing this to get one over on you. Their systems are doing this to figure out what they can and can't do. That's it. Please shift the idea that your children are out to get you. They're trying to just figure out how to human. Their energy is trying to figure out how to human in an unconscious body. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. So if I figured out that is the only way I get my needs met, I become the 50-year-old woman who throws a tantrum in Starbucks because someone didn't get me the right milk. You see those adults who behave like a 18-month-old, or the adults who behave like a 5-year-old, right? Or the adults who communicate like a fucking 8-10-year-old. Like, what are you, a fucking preteen? Like, you're you see these imbalances as they stay in our system. Starseed of Light, this is actually this is the big message. This is the big thing that I have been working on. So For those of you new here, hi, my name is Reverend Deborah. I'm an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and your shenanigan shaman, and I have spent 12 plus years in the field of human development and wellness studying it across the lifespan, because I found out that studying child development is not connected to studying gerontology. So I went and did both. And when I did both, I realized that somebody needs to pick up the fucking phone and call the other side, because there are things that we support and encourage and teach about child development and about parenting and about how to raise children that actually cause our deterioration later on in life. Y'all just need to get on the phone and fucking talk about this shit. And from an energetic standpoint, when I was growing up, right, I've always been really sensitive to energy, and then my mother taught me, handed down our family lineage of energy work. I was also got into astrology pretty early, and numerology. All these things are just energies, are just talking about energies. And when I went to college from an energetic perspective, and I found the stages of development are also the stages of chakra development, the stages of cognitive development, social emotional development, physical development, all happen in the same timeline. And what we know is that we talk about childhood trauma, right, as being stuck in the brain or wiring the brain. Yes, our experiences wire the brain. All the experiences wire the brain. But we get so stuck and bogged down of like, oh, these horrible things happened to me in the past, and now there's nothing I can do about them because I can't get in there and fucking rewire my brain. Because you're still working in the tangible. You're still working in the hard meat bag shit. And this is in the intangible. This is in your energy. This is in your energy body. This is in the way that your energy moves through you, and your system learned to allow the energy to move through. If it was not safe for me to have a big open heart, then I'm going to start to close that energy down. Not because anybody, not because of any judgment, not because of anything negative or positive. My system's not going to say negative or positive. My system's going to say, is this safe or not? And then I'm going to wire it this way. For that reason, yes, my system is my ally. It is my companion. It is my team. But it's also kind of ignorant, because it's only informed by this life and by this reality. That's the tangible. When I seek to access the intangible, I get outside of the illusion of limitation that comes with the tangible. Have I read Rudolf Steiner? Yes, I've read some Rudolf Steiner. I'm not great with like the names of books and like I'm a voracious reader. I read a bunch of things, but I also haven't read all the things. But I will make a note of it because I know that name. So in the West, we try to treat the system with we try to treat the tangible, right? If there's a symptom in my body, I treat my body. When really, my body is the top of the cairn. Where's my stones? I don't have stones to stack right now. I need to get a stack of stones just so we can do this every time, because I like visuals. The cairn is a stack of stones. Oh, this is not going to work. I'm going to totally break it, and it's going to fall over. No matter how perfectly I stack my stones, right? It's not going to work. Sorry, guys. You get the idea. That top stone is always the most vulnerable. If any of the other stones underneath in this stack are out of balance, the top stone shakes. The top stone is my body. The top stone is the tangible. The depth underneath, the iceberg sort of thing, there's so much more, so many layers of the intangible influencing the body. And we can wait until we hear it in the body, or we can learn to listen in before the body is fucking screaming at us with chronic problems and pain every day. But in the West, again, in the West, we're taught to only pay attention to the tangible. So we only treat that top stone. Can you imagine trying to build a cairn and just keep putting that top stone back on over and over and over again, and it keeps falling off. And you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck? This is the Western way of getting well, is just to try to re-put the top stone back on top of a falling apart or a wobbly or an unbalanced stack of stones. That's why it doesn't work. And it's not going to work. That's why it perpetually keeps you in places of feeling imbalanced and unwell, because it's not treating. This is what we mean by treating the root. Conscious Cat, I do offer private coaching. I don't talk about it here on TikTok because now TikTok doesn't let me send you guys elsewhere or talk about anything business-wise. So otherwise I get restricted. But if you come into the Discord, I have a Linktree. I move with change on Linktree. We have a free Discord space, and I'm happy to talk at length about any kind of membership level, and also trades and things like that too. I have a lot of things that I'm happy to trade with, and as well as actually do memberships. If you want to support the work that I do, the fact that I offer these classes for free, I do also have memberships for that and a tip jar for that. But that's all I'll say before they give me a restriction. Go find me on Linktree. Move with change. Otbot, they don't want us well. I think in the one hand, yes. The system of medicine benefits from us being unwell. But I don't know if there's really people out there. I think this is the paradigm shift, right? The expectations that we have. When we look at the world and we say, there's all these people out to get us, we create a more dangerous, scary, divisive place. But if I look at it and say, the system is just ignorant, the system is just immature and needs to be enlightened, it only operates like this because it doesn't know any better. The medical system operates like this out of ignorance. It treats you like this out of ignorance. And we can argue at this point that it's actually willful ignorance, because we have the information from all over the world and from thousands of years of studies and practices that the West completely ignores, or mostly ignores, as woo-woo nonsense because it's not tangible. Again, the West is very tangible minded. And in that way, we maintain our ignorance quite profoundly. And Michelle, they only care about getting their paycheck. Sure. Right? I know a lot of people who are also dealing with burnout and having to change careers because they can no longer function in Western medicine. People who went to school and have been doctors for quite some time, who have seen the system continue to deteriorate and can no longer function within it. This is how I know we're evolving out of those old things. Because the people who are evolving out of it are leaving the systems and saying, whoa, wait a minute, we have to figure something else out. We need to change the systems. Again, this is the collective evolution I do believe that we are working toward. And I believe that condemning Michelle, you've been to 50 doctors and they don't care. I also have had the experience of being dismissed by medical professionals. What I'm offering here is just a perspective shift, because if I blame the doctors that they don't care, then I have no power when I go see the doctor. I am already setting myself up for success and saying, that fucker doesn't care about me. I don't know why I'm here. This isn't going to work. You're less likely to receive what you need when you come in like that, with that perspective. This is what manifestation is about. Like, shifting your mindset is so fucking powerful. Your perspective, again, your perspective creates reality, shifts space and time. Your beliefs and your biases influence that reality. And for all intents and purposes, we are working in here to take full responsibility for our reality. And after years and years and years of going to doctors in Western medicine and also having the same issue, also genuinely running into problems, even when I didn't feel bad about it, when I wasn't thinking shitty about it, the reality is they are still operating within a paradigm. They were influenced and enculturated by that paradigm, and further so because they went to school for it and got the degree for it and operate within that system. In some cases, there's really nothing else they can do. In some cases, they themselves are too ignorant to understand anything outside of it. I have had doctors tell me again and again that they don't study nutrition in medical school. So when I go in and talk about nutrition, or my health from that perspective, my doctor doesn't know how to interact with me because they are ignorant of the information that I am offering. It's okay for you to have information your doctor doesn't have. What's unfortunate is when we find doctors who are so arrogant they can't see, right, the limitations of the medicine that they're using. Gray Cole, thank you. I promise a doctor out there cares. For the first time, I have found a doctor who seems to care. So keep looking. Feel the doctors out before you even go? Yeah, absolutely. I do that with therapists. When I go to therapy, I always interview my therapist because I refuse to work with somebody who's going to condemn me or judge me or not be able to speak the language that I'm speaking. And same thing with your doctor. That's why I chose naturopath, right? That's why I like to go to a naturopath. That's why I like to go to acupuncture, because they already speak from the perspective that I'm coming from. Starseed of Light, they're uncomfortable with our information. So again, they're flying monkeys for the paradigm. They're part of the paradigm. And if you continue to maintain that paradigm, then they're going to have to fight for that ignorance. And if their school taught them that herbalism is a bunch of woo-woo bullshit, then that's the paradigm that they have in their minds. Ignorance is the inability to see outside of your own perspective, is the lack of desire to see outside of it too. It means a lot of traveling and money. My insurance doesn't even work in other states. Yes, it may mean those things. And as our paradigm is shifting and as we demand something different from the world, there's going to be a time of us having to push a little further and do a little more work and show up for it in a different way so that we can make the changes. Or we can just feel victimized by the system. I've felt victimized by the system, and it didn't serve me to feel victimized by the system. So all I'm encouraging is to find a way to take some of your power back. That's all I'm encouraging. Whether you want to travel or not, whether you want to pay more or less, whether you want to stay with a doctor or whether you want to condemn them, whatever. But I encourage you to take responsibility for the part that you are also interacting with that. And acknowledge the fact that if we are going to change the system, we may have to do the work of enlightening them. And that may mean difficult conversations with your doctor. Great, Cole. Thank you for your encouragement. Brian, you just found that only $20 million a year is invested in Lyme disease. It's crazy. I mean, that's a whole nother business, though, isn't it? We can talk about the whole business of, like, studying these things, right? Certain things that, like, the oil industry is functioning quite well, and they're making money, plenty of money, so they don't need to spend time researching other forms of energy, right? So the money doesn't go into those systems, and that's controlled by the people who control the paradigm. So the question is like, if we really want to do those studies, if we really want to make those things happen and figure out how that thing works, we can't rely on a system that is adhering to its ignorance. The funny thing about science, though, is that depending on how you set up, the testing, you can manipulate science. That's what I love about it, is that people sit there and go, oh, it's the end-all be-all. I'm like, but you can also manipulate it by the way that you do your studies. That's how we got the idea that cigarettes were good for you, or that sugar was a great aperitif, It's important to recognize that we are constantly moving ourselves out of ignorance. That our culture is doing it, our system is doing it, and we can choose to ride that wave. Can I hold you? Oh, Jelly Dog's coming. Otbot. Physicists, is it physicists and therapists make you nervous? Yeah, and Michelle, you do deserve to feel better. I'm sorry you're having a hard time right now. I understand what it's like. Psychiatrist. There we go. Thank you. They amuse me now because I think it's funny to operate the way that I often do, especially in diagnostic way with the DSM and the limitations of the DSM. It was the limitations of the DSM that misdiagnosed me several times, right? We just need to recognize that everyone operates in their own ignorance. We all are constantly operating in our ignorance. And we're going to continue operating in our ignorance until we enlighten our systems. And we have the opportunity in each moment to enlighten our systems simply by being present. If we're just present in the here and now, there is more light available of the present moment to us. In the present moment, right here, right now, where is your attention? What are you thinking about? Bot, they gaslight you. Find a different one. Yeah. Or find a different tool. What? What? Kitten? Now we got 2 kittens? Stop. You cats are so weird. The kitten purrs, can you hear them purring from all the way over there? This one is Vivi. You don't get to see V very often, but V has amazing color. He's the lightest of the cats that we have, and he's got some really amazing designs on his face. Yeah? Okay. There. Oh, he got you. The simplest tools are the most profound and create the most change. Showing up for yourself every day. Ryan, yeah, your thoughts matter so much. They can literally make you sick. In the tiny moments of realizing when you're having one of those negative thoughts, when you're having that negative self-talk, judgmental self-talk, judging or condemning someone else, these small moments where we say, oh, let me realign myself. Badass Blind Woman, do I believe that cats are the guardians of the spiritual world? I believe that all animals have their own unique role in us accessing the intangible. When we learn to communicate with our subconscious self and other parts of ourself, we also become more open to communication with animals, plants, other things like that around us, because we become more receptive. What's beautiful about animals is that they are receptive in a way that isn't muddied in the same way as we do as humans. We go through a lot more in the cognitive prefrontal cortex kind of stuff than animals do. And so in that way, we actually end up deeper in the cave of our own ignorance. And in their I wouldn't call it ignorance, because I would just call it alignment. Animals have this beautiful opportunity to just be in line with the universe, and there's no second guessing it, no reconsidering it, no thinking too hard about it or worrying about it. You think a bird wakes up every day and worries it's going to fall out of the sky? No. But humans do. That's just uniquely us. Thanks, prefrontal cortex. Great call. Yay! It's really beautiful when we find that place where we cultivated awareness enough that it starts to work for us like that, right? You say that it's getting better for you. Like literally, I'll say, this will work soon. My mother taught me one many years ago. She used to say, this damned thing that broke, or this damned thing I stubbed my toe on, or this damn whatever. And then she realized at one point, she said, I've been damning everything. Like, no, I'd rather just bless everything. So she shifted, just started saying, right? That blessed car that just broke down, that blessed tire, nail in my tire, that blessed wall I hit my toe on. And just a couple of days ago, I stepped on a, no, 2 days ago, I was dancing on my porch, dancing to random fun music, and the song Shout came on, right? And then yesterday, I stepped on something in the yard, and I went, ow! And went, I feel good. So now that is my mantra for every time I stub my toe, every time I experience any kind of pain. That is exactly what's going to go through my head, and we're going to see how it works. Stephen, you've never worried you would fall out of the sky? Well, I guess that doesn't happen if you don't fly. I have been worried I would fall out of the sky because I spend a lot of time flying. I feel good. Little things like that are really magic. Because it's little things like that these are ways that we cultivate our awareness and we cultivate our presence. Those little moments of awareness, I like to talk about them like Faye, or like a carrot on a stick, right? It's a light in the dark being our ignorance. And if we are operating in a reactive way, if we're operating unconsciously, which our body and our brain have a lot of unconscious programming that we have that we operate from for a long time, and yay, that's good. Thank you very much for not making me think so hard about everything I do. However, if we're doing that, then we are operating relatively unconsciously. We're in the ignorance of our system. My system by design is ignorant because it's limited. So I'm operating in the ignorance of my system if I am reactive, if I am just allowing the processes to happen. But those moments where I am in the middle of a conversation and then suddenly I hear myself saying a thing, that awareness, I like to think of it like the canary in the mines, right? Like the spark in the dark, like the fae when you're lost in the jungle who says, come this way, I'll lead you home. Those moments, those sparks, are moments of awareness, of enlightenment. And if you learn to attach and follow, or at least follow, that's what leads you out of your ignorance. Aiden, welcome. God bless. Give it a try. If you're serious about spiritual growth, try and give yourself to God. Have you been in here before, Aiden? This is a space that we call our CAYA space. CAYA stands for Come As You Are. CAYA stands for Come As You Are, because authenticity is the purest expression of you, the purest expression of God within you, of the divinity within you, of divinity as it flows through you. And in this space, we recognize that God flows through every person in existence, everything in existence. And so to truly value, to truly see God, we must see God in all. It's an interesting thing that you put the word Jesus Christ and hate in the same language. I think in the same sentence. I think that's indicative of ignorance of the message of Christ himself, of Christ consciousness. Let me plug in my computer here. Because Jesus does not teach hate. Christ does not teach hate. And when we are in a state of Christ consciousness, we do not experience hate. Because hate is ignorance of the fact that God exists in every person. And if I am hating and judging another person, then I am hating and judging God. In our ignorance of the fact that God and Christ exists in all of us, that this potential exists with all of us, we walk around condemning ourselves and by condemning each other. The very thing that Christ told you not to do. The clearest part of his message was see the value, love thy neighbor, recognize that you are all children of God. We are all children of God. The way you judge the least of my people, the most judgeable, is the way that you shall be judged. Because only in your ignorance would you look at someone suffering and struggling in life and not see God there carrying them. But ignorance leads to arrogance. Arrogance leads to judgment and condemnation. Arrogance leads to, arrogance perpetuates our ignorance. Bot, most people have a connection with animals. I just don't have any interest. I feel bad about it. Don't feel bad about it. It's your unique energy, right? And that's beautiful. Like we're not all animal people. That's like saying every color on the rainbow has to be all red, has to have red in it, right? We're not all animal people. Some of us are cat people, some of us are dog people, right? I like animals, but they like me more than I like them. Everybody likes, sorry, I just laugh because my animals are always sitting in my lap, right? Or following me around. Or my kid is always on my lap or following me around. So sometimes I joke, right? They all love me just a little bit more than I can handle. But that's okay. And it's about being true to your energy, right? Don't feel bad about the truth of your energy. Brian, well said. Hate is also a waste of our energy. Hate is not expansive. Hate is not inclusive. And the question is, hate is not for me. It doesn't feel good in my system. And it causes tension in my system, which tension prevents me from expansion, which is growth. Jesus Christ teaches division, separation from sin, and those who would have you follow it. Is not hating the thing that he would have you separate from? But the point was that you used his word, you accused him of hating. Great, Cole. I can be a bit smug and arrogant. We can honor our ego, right? Our ego can do those things, and those are protections. Our system has learned to protect itself, sometimes through arrogance, sometimes through being smug, sometimes through aggression. But we recognize that these are imbalances and these are born out of our ignorance, not wisdoms. In my wisdom, in my enlightenment, there is no need for hate or division because I recognize the unity and the purpose of all of the pieces. Again, the irony is to say God in love creates everything and then hates his own creation and condemns his own creation, so much so that only a small fraction of those he created will be gifted with some special place beside his throne. Come on. That itself is arrogant. That itself is division. Christ consciousness is to walk ourselves out of ignorance. Discovering God, seeing God, is to recognize that God exists in every single person. And God works through, if you want to use it that way, every single person in their own way. And the person who is suffering beside me can offer me enlightenment and healing, even if I choose not to interact with them. Their very presence, if it triggers me, I have an opportunity for healing and growth. That, reaching Christ consciousness is learning to drop my judgment each time and to relieve myself of the need to be the authority. Again, arrogance. If God is God, everywhere, always, omnipotent, like omnipresent, right? If God is God, creator, who am I to think that I can speak for such an entity, for such a creature? I am ignorant by nature. And I, for all intents and purposes, if we want to talk about it, created that way. There must be a reason and a purpose. So I seek to understand. And in my enlightening my system, I no longer feel separate, isolated from God, but I start to see God in everything, in every place, in every breath, in every moment. And now I am one with God because I am with God in every moment. I see God where God has always been in every moment. Buddy thinks God hates us. People won't go to heaven because they didn't submit. So this idea of submission, right, submitting to some power narcissistic deity is, again, in our own ignorance, we manipulate the idea of God as a creator, and we give God human characteristics out of our ignorance, like arrogance and narcissism and controlling. That is the way that religion has been manipulated to control people. There is nothing wrong with the fact that I have a system that created an ego to help me get through the world. In my system's ignorance, it created that ego so that I can survive. In my discovery and learning to love myself and learning to recognize God, I can also recognize God in my ego. When I learn to work with my energy, balance my energy, I begin to separate myself from sin, because sin is something that I do out of arrogance, out of ignorance, out of imbalance, out of a need from my system that's a finite need. When I connect to God, to Christ consciousness, and expand my system, I am enlivening my system with infinite prana, with God source force. That's what my system is intended to operate on. Coming home to God, coming back to heaven, is about recognizing that prana, that God that lives within you and that flows through you and everyone else in the universe. God is one, is unity, is all. So unless I see God in every aspect of this, then I'm not seeing all of God. It's the same thing as the blind man and the elephant. We use religion like the blind man and the elephant, right? So the story is there is a king, and in his kingdom he had 3 blind men, and these 3 blind men would like to experience an elephant. They'd never seen one before. So the king brings an elephant into the courtyard, and the first man walks up to the trunk, and he takes the trunk and he wraps his arm around it, and this trunk even wraps around him, right? He's like, whoa, this thing's like a snake, right? It's giving me a hug. It's long and thin, not thin, but it's like a big fat snake. The second one walks up to the elephant, pats the side of the elephant, and goes, snake? This thing's not a fucking snake. This is a wall, a house. It's huge and wide and broad. And the third, being shorter than the rest, comes to the leg of the elephant and wraps his arm around and says, snake? Wall? This thing's a tree. It's clearly rooted. I can't move it for the life of me. And they will sit there and they argue in the courtyard. In their ignorance, they will argue their perspective, not recognizing that by the very nature of their limitation of the system, they are ignorant unless they recognize the value of the other perspectives. The beauty is that we all reflect back to each other, through each other, so that we can understand ourselves and each other better, understand our unity better. When religion talks about divisiveness, it is coming from a place of ignorance. It is coming from a place of needing to control. And it creates an infantile relationship that you can stay in. It's this beautiful little Eden. If you would like to stay as a child to some narcissistic God who would punish you and reward you for your good and bad behaviors, if that works for you, just keep going. But it's not your role or responsibility. It's the arrogance that makes you think that you should put everybody else inside the box you choose to stay inside of. We don't all look like you, act like you, talk like you, sound like you, smell like you, eat like you, fart like you. None of us are the fucking same. And the arrogance comes with any of us saying there's only one box. There's only one way to reach heaven. Your heaven? Sure. There is. It's only through you. To each your own. To each our own perspective. The Bible is written by humans. I love that people like to use this argument and say the Bible, the Bible, the Bible. The Bible was written by humans. Humans are fallible. Humans make mistakes. Humans write themselves into the story. Humans use these stories to control, as a means of control, to control the narrative. And what have we seen religion do for a very long time? But control the masses and control the narrative, even to the extent of destroying peoples previously and currently. I don't know what God you interact with, but that's not the God that I know. That's human. That's ignorance. That's arrogance. That's imbalance. That's me not knowing how to take care of my needs or communicate my needs, and so I have to go out on a battlefield and throw fists about it. We're so arrogant and so ignorant that we can't come to agreements. That sounds childish. But that is the kind of behavior and that is the kind of relationship that kind of narrative will teach you. The Bible is a really good, really interesting work. It is worth the read. I grew up Catholic and read the book and thought I was going to become a nun, and instead became an interfaith minister because Catholicism was not the end-all be-all for me. And I went and I studied and I explored several different religions. Come to find out, all of these books were only different perspectives on the same story. But unless you step outside of that little box of the Bible, then you're not going to see that. And if you believe the manipulations of the information that says you have to only believe this and that's it, otherwise you're a bad person if you even question your faith, that's literally forcing you to stay inside of ignorance, manipulating you to stay inside of ignorance. And there's a great deal of history and that of humanity that we are discovering that also does not confirm the Bible. You're arguing here that when historians dig up ancient artifacts, did they not read it and validate it? There are, yes, historical things that validate some of the events as historical events. And there's a great deal more information out there that proves that the Bible is not an end-all, be-all, matter-of-fact history of humanity. But again, in our ignorance, we refuse to look at information that would enlighten our systems. If we are willfully ignorant, we keep all of that out and we fight against. We have to force ourselves into willful ignorance because we live in a world where there is so much information now and there are so many different perspectives. It's very easy for you to sit with several different religious practices and suddenly go, oh wow, look at this. I can see now the overarching nature and the similarities in all of these. We are no longer stuck in our ignorance because we grew up in this tiny little town with no interaction with anybody else and just stayed in that kind of religion and that paradigm. What a beautiful opportunity. Yeah, I read Mama Yeti, and there's also, you're saying the Vatican is hiding a lot of old texts. There are also texts that both confirm and deny, right, whatever it is, the Bible, that are out there as well. There's so much information out there. It's really hard to stay ignorant. And the other big thing about it, right? You're talking about a text that was written in another language. And that language can be interpreted several different ways. That's the hilarious piece about, again, if you're talking about the English Bible, unless you read the Aramaic that it was originally in, then you're going to get somebody's interpretation. Right there, my friend, you put a person in between the actual information and the interpretation of that information. We can either just, nope, it's still true, and nobody would change the story. I mean, no way. They would just interpret it how it's meant to interpret, and everybody would just agree on the same interpretation. You can stay in the ignorance. Or you can be willing to be curious and open them eyeballs and be like, maybe there's something else out in the world besides this one narrative. If you want to. You don't have to. You don't have to. But this is not the space to come in and argue for your ignorance, because in here we're just going to keep going back around to, my friend, you're just arguing for your ignorance. You're just arguing for the imbalances in your system. And that's okay, you can do that, but this is not the space to do that. Wait, okay, so now you're saying, I'm sure the government would change the script if the world's evil doesn't submit. Wait, the government is changing the biblical script? And no government has ever changed the biblical script before. No person has ever thought that maybe the evil wouldn't submit, so they need to change the wording and the message, right? Yeah, friend, a badass blind woman. It's like a game of telephone when one person tells the next and the next, right? Poi, any relevant thoughts on anger and vengeance? Yeah, these things are cultivated by ignorance and by our fear around losing our ignorance. The thing is ignorance is a kind of security. It is a kind of security, and if you choose to stay in your ignorance, it's most likely a protective measure. We either fear being damned by questioning things, right? Or we just fear the unknown. Is this world not about money and evil? What an interesting question. No. There are some people and some parts of cultures that focus primarily on the tangible, on money, resources, and greed. And through that, thank you, friend, through that tangible nature, they receive their sense of security. But they become slaves to the very sense of security. The God I commune with would never have me be a slave. What, again, kind of arrogance is that? To create all of these little creatures and then say, now you're my little minions, you got to do my bidding. That sounds like a villain story. If we just use, even critical thinking, my friends, critical thinking can offer us a great deal of insight simply by examining something from a little further away than, this is all there is, and this is all there will ever be, and I'm just going to stand in this place, and I'm going to keep arguing for this perspective. Nothing else exists. Okay, you're right. Nothing else exists for you. Right. The world is what you think it is. Go ahead and live right here the entire time, or live right here the entire time, or live right here. That's okay. But it is very much Gen X drive. It's just the unbalanced masculine energy that has been creating that. The current paradigms offered to us in a lot of the religious structures are very predominantly imbalanced, because they're only talking about one side. It's like only having the sun and never the moon, only having the father and never the mother. Through this understanding, we can see how it's been used as a means of control. Because all of us are part of creation. And the sun and the moon balance each other out. The yin and the yang balance each other out. It's not one controls the other. Sorry, friend, I don't go live with people I don't know, guys. I don't go live with people I don't know. Feel free to send me a message about going live another time. Wow. You said this world is literally evil. If you don't think this world is good, if you think this world is good, you're ignorant. I want to offer you a story. We're going to stay here for a story, my friends. Hold on. This one's one of my favorites. Chilling out, maxing, relaxing on, cooling on, shooting some b-ball outside of the school when a couple of guys, they were up to no good, started making trouble in my neighborhood. We had one little fight, my mom got scared. Don't, pond guy. That's like... No. Gen X Drive, I don't condemn people that were people asleep because I was once asleep. Yes. Ignorance. The definition of ignorance is to be, right, not aware, is to not know. I have experienced evil in the world, and I've experienced good in the world. I promise you that the more that I believed the world was evil and terrible, the worse the situations outside of me got. When I let go of my need to be right about the world being evil and was willing to see God in each moment, Christ in each moment, and was willing to see each moment as a gift, the world was not so evil. This one's called Remember the Light. It's by Mary Pat Fisher. This one is no longer in print, so if you would like a copy, I think there are some still available. Copyright 1986. In the land of light, beauty was everywhere. The beings of light lived their joy in a sea of golden love. The queen of this land had eyes like 1,000 stars, and her heart shone like the sun. But the queen knew that beyond the land of light there was a dark and unhappy land. Its people no longer saw the beauty or felt the love around them. The queen felt their unhappiness as if it were her own. The queen's counselors suggested a plan. Someone must travel to that unhappy place to remind them, the people, of their love and beauty, but this mission will be very dangerous, they warned. For in the darkness of the other side, it is easy to forget the light. For this dangerous mission, the queen chose a small child named Gloria, for she had the brightest heart of all. Gloria's courage and love were greater than her fear. The queen explained the mission to her. Not far away, there is a world born of this one. The beings have forgotten that they too are beings of light. They may soon be swallowed by their own darkness. You must help them remember who they are. Blessing Gloria with her own light, the queen assured her, no matter what happens, we won't forget you. The next thing Gloria knew, she was tumbling through a dark tunnel. Her body became heavier and heavier and heavier. Finally, Gloria felt herself being pulled out of the tunnel. Hands held her upside down and spanked her. She opened her mouth to speak of her mission, but all that came out was a cry. She was so ashamed, her light dimmed a little. Gloria then found herself alone in a box. She tried to say, "Please be with me," for she had never been alone before. But she could only make strange sounds with no meaning. Her heart hurt so much that it started shrinking. Hands picked up Gloria, moved her from one box to another, changed her clothes, and sometimes hugged her. But often she was left alone in a box, crying from loneliness. As the years passed, Gloria learned to speak the language of this land, but by the time she could speak, her memory of the land of light had faded until it was just beyond her reach. Whenever she saw rays of sunlight streaming forth, she felt the call of some of the light within her heart, but she could not quite remember why she loved it so. that familiar feeling of something home far away. Nothing else reminded Gloria of the land of light. The people here were much grayer, for their thoughts were thoughts of darkness. They had surrounded themselves with ideas that their world was dark and dangerous, and because the people believed it, it was true. Gloria's parents were kind people, but they too believed that the world was a dark place. The best you can do, they taught her, is to smile and pretend that everything is okay. Many people carried false smiles on their faces, even though their hearts were heavy. Even the children were unhappy in this land. They always crushed Gloria's happiness when she tried to share it. When she gathered flowers for her teachers, the other children called her mean and ugly names. Sadness spread through Gloria's heart until her light almost disappeared. More and more she kept to herself. Her only true friends were the great trees in the woods. Back in the land of light, the queen knew that something must be done to save Gloria. But nobody offered to go to the rescue. They were afraid that they too would forget their light and be swallowed by darkness. See that enculturation process happening? Forgot our purpose, forgot our light, just through shifting our energy, just through shifting our energy patterns. One day, a dull-colored hermit thrush came to the queen. He was a bird who was rarely seen, for he liked to spend his days in the woods. There he poured out his song in joy, a song like a waterfall of golden light. The thrush begged the queen, "Please, send me. I can fly quickly through the darkness, using my song to carry the light. I can sing to Gloria. Perhaps my song will help her remember the light." The queen gave him her blessing. "Go with love, dear thrush." After flying a great distance with darkness all around, the thrush found Gloria alone in the woods, crying. Hiding among the trees, he began to sing to her. He poured out his song of love and beauty. Through her sadness, Gloria heard the song. She felt it warming her heart like the rays of the sun. Her heart began to fill with an ocean of golden light, and she could hear the echoes of something she could almost remember. Gloria's light began to glow again as the thrush sang to her. Every day she came back to listen, and every day he sung until his strength was almost gone. Knowing that he must save enough song to fly back through the darkness, the thrush revealed himself. Seeing Gloria's surprise at his drab appearance, the thrush said, "It is not I who am beautiful, but that of which I sing. You will find the beauty of that light in your own heart." The thrush continued, "Do not be fooled by what you see. The light is in all beings. You will find it hidden in their hearts if you look with the eyes of love. I must go now, but the light will always be with you. Have a wonderful day, Gen X Drive." As the thrush flew away, Gloria began to cry. Just then a bully appeared. Cry, baby, he called. She wanted to run and hide, but the thrush's words came to her. She made herself look at the bully, his face twisted in pain. And when she looked deeper, she could tell that his heart was hurting even more than hers. Instead of shrinking, her heart opened in love for him, and as it did, she saw the light hiding deep inside him. From then on, whenever Gloria felt her light dimming and her heart shrinking from the hurts and ugliness of this land, she remembered the light within her own heart. And whenever other people acted as though the world were a dark place, she looked deeper into their hearts and saw the light hidden there. As they saw their own light reflected in her eyes, their sadness was healed. Through the years, many hearts opened to Gloria's light. It spread from one person to another until finally the whole world was alight with love. The land of darkness again became the land of light. When Gloria's work was finished, she died, leaving her old body behind. Gloria herself returned at last to the land of light, where there was great rejoicing. The message that Christ brought us was that there is a light that lives in your heart, that exists in your heart, and that is God. God breathes through you, lives within you. And if God resides in your heart, then God resides in the heart of every other individual. The illusion of this world is both our separation from God, from home, and is the ignorance, the darkness, the density that it encourages. Because for all intents and purposes, if I want to stay ignorant, I can. I can believe that there is nothing but the tangible in my life. If I can see it, taste it, smell it, touch it, hear it, only then it exists. And if I do that, then there is no place for God. The universe is made up of primarily the intangible. God exists within the intangible, and that is how God can exist in everywhere, every time, all the time. And in the same way that in my ignorance I condemn my left knee for hurting me today, or the headache I have in my head, or my arms for not being strong enough to carry stuff, we can condemn each other. But it is not out of wisdom that we hate or judge. And it is when we judge and condemn others that we are speaking far more about ourselves and our own ignorance than anything else. Star, friend up here, you say, I don't know if you're in here still, wholeheartedly tell God you don't believe in him, but would like to know if you're wrong. What can you lose? I spent much of my life doing that. As I said, I was raised Catholic and thought I wanted to be a nun. And my earliest interactions with God was trying to figure out who he was. Because the Catholic Church told me one thing, but then people behaved a different way. The book told me something, but people didn't behave that way. Wait a minute. There was a lot of discrepancies. If you look at more than just the perspective from one book and one church, then you start to see the discrepancies. Truth doesn't have discrepancies. We can talk about it from a million different angles. But just like the elephant, we can argue about all the different pieces. As long as we argue about all the different pieces, we won't see the whole elephant. What better way to encourage us to love and value our neighbor, but make us stuck inside of our own little window, and so all we can see is this. And I will never be able to see all of creation or all of everything unless the only way I can see outside of my little box is to ask other people, hey, what do you see in your box? And what do you see over there? Really? Because mine looks like this. What? The world looks yellow to you? Well, the world looks blue to me, and the world looks red to me. Holy fuck. How can it be all these different colors? There must be more that I cannot see. It was God who led me out of the church. It was God who led me to read other, maybe Christ, right? Who led me to read other perspectives. But similar, Catholic school was confusing to me. I didn't go to Catholic school, but I went regularly in church, and I was doing Bible study pretty regularly. Like I said, I thought I wanted to be a nun. So I was there all the time. I was having conversations all the time with my priest, with God, with the Bible, with the nuns there. And when I finally decided to leave the church, I spoke to the priest there. And he asked me why I was leaving, right? And I told him. I said, there's too many discrepancies. There's too many say this but and do this but don't do that, or there's too much, there's confusion here. I said, I don't see God clearly in here. I see men, I see women, I see people struggling, I see humans, but I'm really having a hard time finding God. And so I went and sat on the water. And so I went and listened to the wind. So I walked through my school at that time, right? Because I was just in middle school at that time. I walked through school and felt into every moment that I passed, everything that was happening around me. I began to see God. I began to see God in every moment of every day. And I realized in the church, people were searching for something that was already everywhere, but they were looking in some faraway place for it. Like trying to find yourself in a house of mirrors. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for all of the years of exploring. I'm grateful for all of the years of questioning. I condemned the fuck out of God at some point, right? Because I was also living in a household where I was experiencing extreme violence. And I was being told that the world was evil and I was having evil things done to me. But I saw the people doing them telling me the world was evil, and I was like, are you not fucking creating this yourself? Like, you're literally the one doing it. But then you're going to go to church and tell me that I should believe in the God that tells me that I am so sinful that I should have it beaten out of me. Excuse me? I have not sinned. By breathing? God created me and then is going to smack me on the hand for speaking? You gave me a voice, then why not use my voice? Again, what a grand manipulation. To use the truth of who we are, the truth of what our creation is, the beauty and the expansiveness of creation itself, and valuing each other and the unity of humanity, and to bastardize that and say, no, first of all, one of you, one half entirely was made out of the other one. And now we're going to create this sky daddy who's going to do our human bidding for us. But listen, God is both in the arms of a mother and on the shoulders of men in the battlefield. God is in the sunset and in the hailstorm. God is in every fucking time I fall flat on my face, and God is in every moment that I feel completely connected and aligned and exploding with joy. All are true, because all must exist within the whole. My favorite analogy here is the prism. Where's my prism? Where'd my prism go, guys? Where's my prism? God is light. The prism is the illusion of the reality that we're in. Because what happens when light shines through the illusion of our consciousness, right? Or the illusion of the matrix. It splits into all the different colors of creation. You want to see? I can see light. It's all around me, right? But you want to see what light is made of? Use an illusion to take it apart. And then when we're inside this illusion, be careful. Because when you're inside this box, you'll see a singular thing as many, many, many parts. It would almost be like being a cell in a body. Almost like being a baby in a womb. Because when I am in the womb, I cannot see the mother. When I'm a cell in the armpit, I do not know that the foot is there or even valid, or if I know it's there, maybe it's my enemy, because it's so way below me. It's like looking at the rainbow and saying, yeah, I know God created the whole rainbow, but every person has to be yellow. The whole goal is for the rainbow to all be yellow. Then the whole wouldn't exist. Then God wouldn't exist if you took pieces of God away. And we are all parts of God. Ooh, Care Bear, I like that. You made it a hot air balloon with your staff. Nice. I've got a whole bunch of these because I like to put them in my window to remind me of every aspect of creation is important, is valid. Every aspect of creation is necessary. And me condemning any other human being is the same thing as me looking up into the sky and being like, that's a beautiful rainbow. Ugh, I can't believe yellow showed up again. It's a beautiful rainbow. If only yellow wasn't there. Yellow is fucking up the rainbow. We should go destroy yellow. We should go take yellow out of the rainbow. Yellow shouldn't exist, right? I'm going to judge and condemn yellow for taking over the, for being in the rainbow. How dare you have the audacity to be in the whole rainbow? Don't you know God only likes yellow colors? What? God is all of the colors. That's why it's gaslighting. That's why it's gaslighting. Because it does this stupid fucking loop thing like that, back around and around. And it makes you just go, what the fuck? You can't take apart the body and put it in different pieces and say, okay, the legs are good, but the arms are bad, and we're going to make everything look like the butt cheek. I don't know. Ignorance is when we are only aware of this or that, either or, good or bad, boy or girl, sin or right, day or wrong, right? When we enlighten our system, we learn about the more subtle aspects that make up the whole. Sacred universe, in my opinion, God is both mother and father, right? Because mother and father are aspects of the parents. So if we want to find God, we got to keep going above, 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 above every duality. All of the children, yes, okay, well, then there's all the children, right? All different kinds of people. That's a bunch of different options. Well, let's solidify it. Okay, now let's condense it, right? Now there's different cultures. Okay, now I can say X amount of different cultures. Well, I need to condense it more because there's so many. Condense to find the unity. All of those things are God. In Hinduism, they talk about Brahman as being the energy of source, right? The whole of creation. The energy that flows through everything in the universe is Brahman, is God, is the unity of all. And then we understand deities are separate from that, and they start to trickle down into these deities and these divine masculine and feminine, and then the various aspects of the divine masculine and the various aspects of the divine feminine. Because there are other religions who understand that all aspect of creation is important. You need both the egg and the seed. You need both the sun and the light, the sun and the water and the wind. Red Mama Yeti, and that's the radical thought, right? That's the radical thought process that we can play with if we want to see outside of that, when we look at it and say there is nothing that isn't God, including the evil people we dislike. I get it, but a certain color, not POC, is, yeah, a certain color of the rainbow is getting very upsetting to hate lately. I know they are part of the whole, but what helps me a lot is when I go back and think about the childhood self, right? When I see somebody operating in ignorance, when I see somebody being arrogant, like I'm definitely triggered by people's imbalances for sure, especially being able to, right? Yeah. But the question is do I want it to change my body? Do I want their ignorance and their state of being, their energy to affect my state of being? And the reality is no. I don't want somebody who's operating in density, ignorance, arrogance, greed, that kind of shit. I don't want that energy in my field. So I do my best to transmute it each time. What does that look like? Somebody's coming into my field and their energy is aggravating the fuck out of me, whether it's in person, whether it's through social media, whatever. That energy is aggravating the fuck out of me. So what do I do with that energy? I bring it down into my heart and I take a deep breath. I inhale to create space. I inhale the validity of that experience. It's okay to have that feeling. Emotions are real responses. We don't have to attach to them. So inhale and allow that emotion to be valid and to be real and to be seen. Hello. And then exhale with love. I use the heart as my transmutation station. So what I do when that is I will pull that feeling into my heart and I will inhale to expand my rib cage, expand the heart. And then as I exhale, I always say, I exhale love, right? I inhale frustration. I inhale anger. I inhale arrogance. I inhale judgment. I inhale whatever the thing is. I bring it into me, I validate it, and then I exhale love. And it may not shift my energy profoundly every single time. Sometimes it does. But if I can shift and see that person as for their imbalances, if I could see that person for the child that is struggling to find balance and healing and safety and nourishment, then it's a lot easier for me to open my heart. And that's been honestly a really powerful thing. It's just remembering to see people in their ignorance as just being childlike. Because we recognize that children are children because they're ignorant. They don't know any different, know any better than how to behave in our society, right? And for all intents and purposes, that's where people are at. If they're out there using gross motor skills, swinging their fists because they can't use the fine motor skills of personal responsibility and communication and quality interpersonal communication, we can at least have compassion. Damn, that must suck to feel so powerless that you have to use force to get your point across. That must suck to feel so fearful that you must cultivate fear and chaos in other people's lives. Or spread fear, right? Fear-mongering. If you're so afraid that you're going to be condemned by some narcissistic sky daddy god that you have to run around and yell at everybody else about how they should believe what you believe and live in the same fear, that must suck. I'm sorry. That's why in this space we do talk about you being your own guru, right? You are your own guru, because it's nobody else's job to decide who you are, how you are, when you are. Only you are responsible for that. And the only person who knows what your system truly, really needs is you. Hotbot, I struggle with coexisting with people. Other people's imbalance impacts me. I grieve what life could have been if I had just been left alone. When we are out of balance, we're much more susceptible to other people's energy. When I'm out of balance, I'm susceptible to other people's energy. So while my system is not balanced, I am going to be really pushed and pulled and fucked around by other people's energy. That's why I say that one of the most powerful things that you can do is to align your energy. And when you do that, that's the best protection you have. Again, just go stand on one foot. If you're out of balance and somebody just comes over and goes like this, boop, to you, you're going to fall over. But if I find that grounded, centered, balanced, and someone pushes me, I may go a little bit off balance and I'd be able to come back. So when we worry about the negativity of the world, stop watering it in your own system. Stop feeding the weeds in your garden. And I hate using that analogy because there's so much medicine that's weeds, right? If you don't want the seeds of hate sown into your garden, then stop watering everything that resembles hate. And choose something else. Love. Sometimes we can't muster love. I always suggest curiosity. We can at the very least usually muster enough curiosity to meet other people or ourselves. Instead of with judgment or condemnation or what have you, arrogance, we can just go, how curious. Yes, I do. 2 spirits. I still have the cats. What you feed becomes your reality. We talk about personal demons and egos, right? If you're worried about your ego or if you're worried about the ego being overpowering, then we have to stop feeding the ego. You know how to reach me, 2 spheres. Conscious cat. Let me take a second with that. You say your boyfriend says you don't love him the way he needed to be loved and you guys are breaking up. I feel so much shame. It is our responsibility to meet all of our needs. If I cannot love myself the way I need to be loved, there's no way anybody else is going to be able to do that for me. It is not your responsibility to meet somebody else's needs. And a relationship that does that is codependent. It is not your responsibility to love anybody in any way that... If I hang my hat of love and happiness on somebody else, then that person has full control over my love and happiness, my sense of love and happiness. If I wear that hat and learn how it fits on my head first, then I am truly able to receive love from someone else that adds something to my life. But if I come from a place of need out of my imbalance and I seek a partner to satisfy a need, then we are going to be perpetually out of balance, in codependency. Can we heal ourselves through codependent relationships? Yes, absolutely. We can be supportive and learn through these things, absolutely. But a lot of us don't have the awareness to do that. And what I'd like to remind you, Conscious Cat, here is that message, feeling shame because you didn't meet somebody else's expectations, is an old narrative that your system had programmed in because of the culture, because of your parents, because of the situations you grew up in. I invite you to pull that shame up into your heart. Take a deep breath and acknowledge the fact that that feeling of shame has always been an ally. It has a message for you. It is wanting to protect you. It wants to keep you safe. That feeling of shame wants to keep you safe. I know that sounds weird, but that's what your system does. Take a deep breath in. Inhale that shame. Allow it to be what it is. Give it a thank you. So much gratitude for helping me see where my own imbalances are. Put it into the heart and exhale it out with love. Pretend the heart is a filter that only exhales bubbles of love. So bring the shame up. Offer it love and compassion. Thank you. And I exhale love. Every time that shame comes up, I invite you to do this. Every time that feeling of shame or doubt because of not meeting somebody else's expectations comes up, I invite you to do that little practice. Does it work with anxiety? Absolutely. It works with any feeling at all. This is your transmutation station. And one of the worst things we can do for our feelings, right, is to deny them, is to push them away and say, never mind, go away, ah. So when we do this practice, what are we doing? We're validating them and we're releasing them. Because when we go, no, 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 or we attach a story to it and we talk about, oh my God, I should feel shame because of all these things, and then I'm pulling it into my body. Then I'm integrating it and storing it in my system. But if each time an emotion rises and I remember the emotion is just like the breath, I can inhale the breath and exhale the breath. What would happen if I took an inhale and held my breath and tried to examine my inhale like I do with my stories about my emotions? I'd fucking suffocate. Right? If I tried to do that with my digestion, if I put something in my mouth and spent literally every day all the time chewing on it, it would rot in my mouth and really fuck up my teeth and my digestion. It's finite. It's not meant to be permanent. It's not meant to be stuck in your system. So we inhale and we exhale. Conscious cat, he doesn't love himself. I think I'm attached. I've been in fight or flight. And again, recognize, right? Recognize that's good. It's good that you're recognizing your own imbalances, because that recognition, that awareness gives you the opportunity to shift them. And what I would suggest when you're going through this change right now is that you start with a practice of 5 minutes every day. Meet yourself 5 minutes every day. Maybe make it every morning so it's easy. As soon as you wake up, spend 5 minutes in bed with your hands on your heart and just listen. If you say anything to yourself, offer yourself love and compassion. If anything comes up, shame, guilt, fear, some old stories, harassing thoughts, that kind of stuff, right? Meet them all the same way. Inhale to give them space to be alive, just like blowing up a balloon. And then exhale to let them go. It seems like a really simple practice. But I'm not one to make guarantees, but I almost guarantee that if you spend these 5 minutes every day with yourself and just offer yourself this presence, this loving, compassionate, curious presence, you're going to start feeling a shift in that fight or flight. You're going to start feeling a shift in that shame. Poi, I've ever experienced somebody else's ghosts. Yes. I have worked with the intangible, supernatural. Yes. Sacred Universe, unconditional love is supremely needed before entering a relationship. But we live in a culture that teaches us the opposite, that you're supposed to get in the relationship so that you can experience those things. Again, it's a grand misdirection. It's a grand game of gaslighting that we are in the middle of. Luckily, we are enlightening ourselves out of it right now. And we see that it no longer functions. And that actually, the reality, the truth is, I build that relationship for myself so that I can experience with other people. Not I go find somebody else so that they can meet my needs. Because ultimately, nobody can really meet my needs as best as I can. But again, the culture says, search outside for you for all the satisfactions for all your needs. And what does this do? It keeps you scrambling for safety, security, love, nourishment, everything. That energetic scrambling for finite resources is like having shit food all day long instead of whole food that's actually nourishing. you're going to keep trying to eat and 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 eat because it's not actually satisfying the needs of your system. And this is how we become codependent. And this is how we repeat those same codependent patterns again and again and again in our lives because we don't repair the imbalance. We don't align the imbalance first. And this comes from somebody who's done it. I did it. I went through years of chronic relationships and weaponizing my energy and using codependency to get my needs met, as most of us do. But I'm telling you now, several years into a vow of celibacy, so that I could close my temple doors and truly learn to love and trust myself. I left a horrific relationship that unfortunately I nearly lost my life at the end of that. And I realized that I had nothing left. There was no other option but to love me. There was no other option but to figure out how to trust me. Abba, don't be sorry. I remained in my ignorance and perpetuated my ignorance to the extent that and it wasn't the first time, I nearly lost my life in my great need, in my great imbalance. But I am not sorry. Because now I know what it's like to be clamoring and needing and scared and broken and angry and so sad and in so much pain and so fucking confused. And I know what it's like to walk myself hand in hand out of that. If you go back and look in my TikTok content, actually, one of the first few videos I posted on here was when I started that journey. And I say in the video, you know what? Truth is, ain't nobody coming to save you. Because I needed to hear it. I needed to finally believe it. I needed to stop running around the world looking for somebody to save me and realize that the only person who could truly save me was me. Ozzy, yeah, okay, but do you like to have fun? Yeah. I have been enjoying this journey the entire fucking time. Even in the scariest moments, right? We usually enjoy those after we come out of them. ¿Qué fue, mijo? But the type of fun I have is a little bit different than it was before.
Since I've nearly finished the green bucket, could I take a little break?
Yeah, I'm gonna go right now. We're gonna close up here so I can go have lunch with you.
Okay. I want some kitchen knives.
It was really, so what happens when I give away, I mean, what I'm doing in all those times is I'm giving away my power. When I engage in codependent relationships and expect somebody else to meet my needs, I give away my power. When I expect somebody else to give me a sense of security, I give away my power. When I expect somebody else to teach me how to do things or to fall in line with them, I give away my power. All of these things are giving away my power. And I wondered why I felt powerless. I'm sitting here in a place of having cultivated a sense of inner power that people just talked about, right? That I had heard talked about. After years and years and years of trying gross motor manifestation, sir, do not, absolutely not. Go out now. Go back into the camper. I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too.
It's like spending your entire life banging your fists against a wall, trying to find the cracks in the wall, trying to get through windows and doors, like spending your whole life attacking the boundary, only to realize one day that all you have to do is turn around and the rest of the fucking universe is right there. I spent my entire life up until, 35-ish? 36? Banging my head against that fucking wall of the Matrix. And then I turned around. And I realized that everything that I was looking for was already right here. I used to always hate those sayings about everything you need will come to you, right? Or you'll know love when you feel it. Like all of these sort of like, ooh, they always felt like somebody was like keeping a secret from me. But the truth really is that simple. And I had to acknowledge that I was perpetuating my own ignorance. Yes, the culture helps me. Yes, other people help me. A lot of other things help me perpetuate my ignorance. Help me give away my power. But when you find the inner captain, when you find the center, the steering wheel of your vessel, and the locus of control within, it's hard to find other ways to describe it. Because I feel like there are so many cliche ways to describe it and cliche things that we say about it, and that's kind of the desensitizing of it. We roll our eyes at how simple and cliche they are. But if they're so simple and cliche that we roll our eyes, then why not just turn the fuck around? Aw, sweetheart. Sacred Universe says, love the captain analogy. Feral Farm, I need my captain to come out of her blanket fort. One thing I will say before I go here is that when I went through the process of finding my captain, there were many different aspects of my of ego that showed up as my captain first. They tried to misdirect, redirect. They tried to pretend they were the authority. They tried to run and hide. They tried to demand. There's a lot of things that my energy tried to do. But when I found my captain is calm, confident, centered. My captain does not need to come find me. It's my responsibility to go find my captain. And when I find my captain, it's my responsibility to be humble enough to receive my captain's guidance. I like your analogy, Feral Farm. And the pirates on my ship immediately say, that's not the captain. Because the captain won't hide from you. The captain will just be waiting in the same place the captain always stays. The captain will always be there. I had to sort through like boxes and boxes and rooms and all sorts of things. Boy, I will be building a blanket fort to prepare for cleaning tasks ahead. I feel like we should all just go build blanket forts today and see if we can find our captain inside of them. Conscious Cat, sending you lots of love. We don't help other people by taking on their ignorance. The best way I have found to be supportive and loving to the people I care about is to recognize that they are strong enough and wise enough to walk themselves out of ignorance when they choose to. And it's not my job to drag anybody out. It's not my job to drag anybody into the light. In fact, I can't. And by trying to do so, I sometimes even hurt them or discourage them from finding the light themselves. So when you find people who are trying to put their blame, put their shame, put their bullshit on you, just remind yourself, that's not for me. Thank you. And carry on. I trust that you will handle this. That's yours. You go ahead and carry it. That's yours. You go ahead and sort it out. You go ahead and wear it for as long as you want to wear it. Sacred universe, the captain will always be there if you look hard enough. See, and even that my pirates are arguing with. My pirates go, I didn't no, it was all the running and looking. It was all the looking where I actually couldn't find my captain because I was looking all the fucking way out there. It was in layer after layer after layer of accepting, of acknowledging, of every time something came up within me, whether it was a good feeling or a bad feeling, or whether it felt like a fucking dark, dense, or if it felt like something ridiculous and silly. Every single thing that came up was something on top of and hiding my captain. My captain was waiting for me to accept every part of my crew before my captain was willing to teach me how to navigate, to help me navigate. Sacred experience, the captain is in the heart. In my experience, mine too. My captain has a big, beautiful red leather chair that exists in my heart. And my captain sits by the hearth. We can go way deep into why the captain exists here for many of us. Corey, I'm glad you turned around. Thank you for doing what you do. Thank you for being here. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you for holding space. Thank you for being part of my process, being part of this journey. You know, showing up and doing this thing is some days really terrifying, but less and less and less every day. Because what I have the opportunity to do each time is to meet everything that comes up, to breathe it in and let it exist, and to exhale and let it be. If you truly love something, set it free. I truly love myself and every aspect of ego and emotion that manifested in this lifetime to keep me safe. What a gift. I didn't come into this life alone. I didn't come into this universe alone. I have had an army protecting me. And God has been right here listening the whole time. For those of you who have ever felt lost, scared, disconnected, small, broken, judged, wrong, sinful, evil, bad, shameful, I want to tell you personally how profoundly everything changes when you realize that you have never been alone, and that your body, the universe itself, everything in creation is supporting your actualization, is supporting you. I've spent much of my life in fight or flight. I've developed things that are chronic conditions. From living in that kind of fear, from experiencing those pains of isolation and separation and confusion. And I've probably caused plenty of pain to myself and to others in my imbalance. And this whole time, God was watching and loving me through it. Because it's not God that condemned me when I made a mistake. It's not God that shamed me when I gave the wrong answer. It's the story my culture put in. It's the programming of this finite material illusion. It's the illusion. So if you are anywhere on this journey and you would like to join a community of people who are doing this work too, come join us in the Discord. Gray, great question. I try to repeat it somewhat regularly. Hi. For those of you who are new here, my name is Reverend Deborah. I'm an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and your shenanigan shaman. And you can call me Rev, D, shenanigan shaman. I don't know. I've come up with a bunch of other ones. I've had a bunch of names. Rev is fine. D is fine. Rev D is fine. My name is Deborah, without the titles. And it means a lot to me, actually. So thank you for asking. Come join us in the Discord. There is a link in my bio, there's a link in my bio. It's not clickable, but I have a link tree. I move with change on Linktree. And on Linktree, you will find every link to get you everywhere. Yeah, absolutely, Gray. The Linktree will get you to all the places, whether you want to join our community for free, whether you want to snag a membership, whether you want to engage in private coaching or group coaching, whether you want to access my archives on YouTube. I've got a whole bunch of them in there. And I keep the replays on YouTube for up to like a week or two. I think there's actually like 3-4 weeks of them in there because I just had a birthday, so I haven't been doing some of that work. Or if you would just like to support the work that I do, the fact that I'm here teaching these things, sharing my experiences in a way that I hope is useful, right, and conducive to your own whatever it is you want. It's not even my place to say take this and heal. It's just my place to say I feel compelled to share with you how powerful and impactful these practices have been because they've changed my life. Thank you, guys. So, I'm going to keep doing that. I'm going to keep offering the information for free, whether it's here on the platforms or whether it's all in the Discord, because knowledge is power. And he who controls the information controls the narrative. And he who controls the narrative controls the paradigm. And there's a paradigm that we are operating within right now that is outdated, moldy, and disgusting, and is falling apart and doesn't even fucking work anymore. It doesn't support any of us anymore, right? Or supports very few. Time to take it down. And we do that with radical acceptance, with radical self-care, revolutionary self-care, with shenanigans, with being brazen enough to laugh when you feel like it and cry when the tears come. We cultivate a sense of authenticity, of autonomy. Whoa, what is that? Cool. Sorry. That's such a cool gift. Thank you, Corey. I was like, what's happening? But at the very least, on a very foundational level, the most important thing we do is we meet each other and ourselves with curiosity and willingness. Because at that, we give ourselves the opportunity for growth and for learning and for expansion. If we don't meet each other with curiosity, we're immediately preventing ourselves from receiving. Or at least making it harder for that to get over our boundary, right? So come join us in the Discord. Comment on my content here on TikTok if you have any questions or want to talk about any topics or any of the things that I mentioned in here or in the content, because it helps me make more content. And I try to respond to everybody's questions as best I can. If you are a member supporting me otherwise, then I go above and beyond and actually make you your own like special downloadable thing. Yeah. Yeah. Information is share. Information is free. So share, share, share. Interact as much as possible. And the funny thing is we're going to make TikTok pay for the content that it's trying to hide from you. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday. Here is our mudra for the week. I can't tell you too much about it, otherwise TikTok will give me violations and then take down my lives. This is a mudra for the heart. If you want more information, there is a video in my content pinned about this, and we'll talk more about it in the Discord. So come join us in the Discord if you want to discuss deeply what this mudra does. Index finger drop into your palm. Bring your thumb across to touch your ring or your middle and your ring finger like this, and then extend your pinky. This thing helps this thing. And if this thing is doing this thing in an emergency situation, you can use this thing to help relax this thing until help arrives. This strengthens this thing. And it strengthens the way this thing does this thing. See how we're coding it? All right, one last time. Index finger, drop it into your palm. This is called the Mrit Samjavani Mudra. Mrit Samjavani Mudra. It is named after an Ayurvedic herb that does the thing for the thing, that supports the thing. There's your mudra. You can use it with one or both hands. And remember, when holding a mudra, you don't want to create too much pressure, right? These are energy channels. So don't kink your energy channels by trying to pinch things, and plus you can't hold that for very long. When you hold your mudra, try to hold it for a minimum of 5 minutes. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a juicy one. Okay, I will post a new mudra. Today's Friday. That means we have one more session tomorrow at 10 a.m. with this mudra. Remember that Saturdays are the big kahuna meditation, so we go all in with mantra, mudra, pranayama, and visualization and all the fun things. And then you'll have a new mudra on Sunday. So I think that's all. If you have any questions, send me messages. I try to answer all the things at the end and remind you guys of all the things, but then I forget all the things, and I inevitably get off the thing and realize I forgot the other thing. Things. Stuff and things. All right, guys. I hope you enjoy your Friday. Thank you for holding space with me. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your encouragement. And good night, Instagram. See, Instagram's already dead.